All right. What is up, y'all? Mic check. I don't know. My mic is working. Can you guys hear? What we got? Yep. Looks like the Yeti's on. Cam is up. Is it PTR closed? Yeah. PTR has been closed. I want to say been closed, but they close on Tuesday. Happy 4th. Yeah. Happy Murica Day. To everyone. I got a chance to go outside in my neighborhood. I guess they were doing fireworks and stuff. So kind of, I'm gonna say I walked around, but I did talk to a neighbor that was kind of like really chatty, who's been in the neighborhood forever. So she has all kinds of stories to tell, and how she almost got kicked out of the swimming pool area. like a couple of days ago, because she ended up getting too drunk, and it's a story. But anyways, I don't always try to go talk to that particular neighbor because she can literally talk for hours. So, but today was actually kind of not bad. So, my background too peaceful for the 4th. Oh yeah, I should have got some fireworks thrown up there. I should have edited some fireworks in there somehow, in some way. Can't go crispy. Nah. But it was a nice chill day. Other than being in pain, I think it was, I did chill for a bit. Hope you guys have fun today. I noticed no one invited me to their barbecue at all, or their cookout, or whatever that they were doing today. So I feel some kind of way. I feel a little salty, but it's okay. It's all right. It is all right. Stream. I think you guys love me regardless, but it's okay. It is okay. It is okay. There will be other opportunities, right? Yeah, yes. At least most streamers use green screen, but dioxide is actually outside. Yeah, see? He gets it. Except for the can, this is actually like an actual invisible can. Totally not green. Anyhow, this might be a little shorter of a stream. Maybe I don't have too much I really want to do today. I do kind of want to play around with some inner sight stuff because I haven't really done that ever since getting these Starless guys. So, do I need something from Duriel? Nah, not really. Honestly, nah. I don't have any reason to beat him up and take his lunch money. At the moment, I don't. I'm trying to think though. I guess for my Sorc, do I need to beat him up a bit? Purdy Divine was going on. Say, yo, what's goody? The man, the myth, the legend. New viewer here. Are you new? Normally, it would say like a first time chatter thing, but it doesn't have it under your name or next to your name. So you might have chatted here before at some point. But what's going on, man? Yeah, I missed your message. No, I got to it. I just got to it, but I got to it. Appreciate the follow. Where are we at on the tube? I think I'm missing the chat. There it is. Boom, boom. All right. Well, let's jump in. Anybody play any more of the First Descendant today? I see streamers were actually able to play today, so that was a good thing. Maybe because I didn't do this. Oh, you didn't do this? Oh, you mean with the follow? Okay, gotcha. Just wanted to catch you and say thank you for that amazing build you made on Maxroll. It's been helping you out a shit ton. Appreciate you, legend. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Can you tell me what build by chance? Just out of curiosity, which build on Maxroll was it for you? I tend to get Heartseeker. Okay, cool. Yeah, that was That was one of my more personal favorites, just because bringing it to Maxroll and then it blowing up to be like the most popular rogue build for a bit. So that was kind of cool. I did not like putting it together. I did not expect it to be to become what it has become for the season. What's the highest pit you push? So the thing is that I'm really not. I'm not into pit pushing, at all. So I literally have not pushed any pits at all on the build. I have very strong opinions about the content when it comes to pushing. So I don't find it fun, honestly. And the amount of fishing necessary and trading, and for some people real money trade necessary to do certain levels of pit just doesn't really entice me at all. I think I've had my fair share of pushing greater rifts in Diablo 3, and there's some similarities there, but I think at least with greater rifts in Diablo 3, I had fun playing the GR that you finally or the rift that you finally fish for, like after throwing in 80 keys or whatever to finally get the map you want, and then you're just like, and the mob type you might want, and then you go, okay, cool, let's, we can now play the game, like for real. At least the gameplay was pretty exciting, kind of at that level, because there was a lot of strategy involved. You had to kind of understand how to like spawn the pylons, even though you might have hated playing around conduit, but at least it was kind of fun leading things around the map to figure out where to take what and when and why. But in this game is very straightforward, and your strategy is a lot like it is in speed farming, whereas you basically find the elite, kill the elite as fast as you can, and then you just rinse and repeat until you get to the boss and hope that it is Spirit Caller or Malice, or you reset. That is that is high level pit in a nutshell. So I don't know. I just don't find that fun right now. Now I'm sure with some more time they will, make some changes to, the pit long term and whatnot, and it'll be better. Because I mean, greater risks were terrible when they first were introduced to in Diablo 3. It took years before it became like not as frustrating to push with. Still frustrating, but not as bad. It's gonna take some time before Diablo 4 kind of gets there with their competitive environment too. So, so long story short, what's the highest pit you clear so far? I don't even know. That's the thing. I guess I can show you. Okay, so 120. Probably 125, because this was the 125 was a speed clear. So yeah, I unlocked 128, but I think 125 is like done in like 6 minutes or so, maybe 5 minutes or something like that. So it's getting to 100 worth for materials. 101. 101 is usually like the spot. But yeah, Purdy Divine. Trying to get 150 on Heartseeker is going to take a long time to do. Very long time to do. I don't know of any Heartseeker players that have actually gotten the 150 yet. I don't know. I know Pinshot has, but I haven't like seen any Heartseeker 150 clears yet. Keyword is yet. But the 141 bit hit a wall. Yeah, it's gonna be time. 150 would be easier, Andy. No, not really. Honestly, Heartseeker is still the stronger pusher than Andy's is, believe it or not. Your best bet, honestly, if you want to get the 150, is pen shot. But you need godly gear for that. We're talking about like godly gear. You get to the boss within 5 to 7 minutes, but the bossing is so stupid. It is. you either get Spirit Caller or Malice, or it's GG. If you don't get one of those two bosses, you have to reset. And at some point, honestly, Malice won't be good enough anymore. Like, you absolutely have to have Spirit Caller after a certain point, depending on your gear. Like your I'm rocking Andy now, but I got 60 to 70 build gold. Is it worth to swap over to Pin Shot? From Andy's, no. Not with 60 to 7 billion gold. You would need a lot more gold than that. I kid you not. 60 to 70 billion gold for trying to achieve a 150 on Pin Shot is peanuts. Like, you probably need to spend somewhere like close to like $1 trillion or $2 gold. I'm really not even exaggerating. If you haven't seen the guy who has pushed, I think, what, 151, 152 on Pin Shot, like his gear is, the majority of it is real money trade. So, just gonna put that out there. But no, but Pin Shot is just very finicky though. You absolutely have to have 122% lucky hit chance. If you ain't got that, I wouldn't even bother pushing. Like, that is the minimum threshold for even starting to build. But see, the thing about it is that because you built Andes, you don't have any vulnerable gear. Like, you don't have any gear that you can just kind of just reuse for Pin Shot. Now, if you built Heartseeker, you can kind of reuse some of it, but because it's victimized. But Andes is close quarters combat, so you have to rebuild your entire rogue, and 60 to 70 billion to try to push 150 is nowhere near enough. But the thing about it is that I think for you, Steve, you have to kind of think about it for yourself. How important is it for you to reach the 150? Like, in general, like, how important is that pit level for you? Because if it's very important, I would switch classes. You would build a Sorc or a Barbarian that will be easier to hit the 150. If that's all you want to do is get the achievement, the 150 achievement, I wouldn't do it on Rogue. I would do it on a different class. Like, you'll be spending way more time and gold and stuff. Okay, so I think I'm gonna do Barrage. We're gonna do Barrage today. I got all this stuff I'm holding on to. I have no room for. Makes sense, yeah. I mean, like I said, I mean, everyone's goal is different, right? Like, for me, I could care less about pay pushing at the moment. Maybe later on. Hey, Jack, AJ, what's going on, man? Until things are different, I'm not gonna bother, right? For some people, that is like the end game, and it's like that's really the only way to kind of show off the gear that you've worked hard to kind of get to be able to see what level you can clear. And I totally understand why that's important too. So, just heard your name up and has popped up. It's best class for 150, easiest. I mean, I don't know who's cleared higher, Sorc or Barb. I think Sorc is cleared higher, but Sorc is also very gear heavy as well. Steve, appreciate the sub. Yeah, appreciate the sub, man. But yeah, I think Sorc is probably the. I mean, you could probably get by getting the 150 without completely godlike gear. But yeah. None of this is fine. Appreciate the input. Keep the guys coming. Thanks, man. I won't say I'm like super excited, but I am interested in kind of seeing what happens to stuff next season. With what we can do with all the changes, because I'm pretty sure a lot of changes are coming. That we didn't see in PTR, because, well, PTR was pretty awful. So part of me thinks that there's probably a lot coming. I'm not saying it because I have inside information. I'm just saying it just because I think that that really is, like, that's really, like, it's really coming. Did I get invited to test the Spiritborn? I did. I will be in Cali. I'll be flying for California next Thursday. So I'll be able to play test the expansion next Friday. And I'll be in California from Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Okay, but if you said anything directly to me, I missed it. Oh, no, well, not necessarily directly at you. But I'm just saying to you, as someone who is pushed, Steve, as someone who spent, I'm gonna say this, as someone who spent ungodly amount of hours doing the very thing that you're trying to do, but in Diablo 3 for years upon years upon years upon years, you just gotta think about it for yourself. Whatever goal you're trying to set, is it really worth the time for you to reach that? And if it is, for what purpose might that be? Is it for the achievement? Is it just for a personal thing? Like when I did it in Diablo 3, I did it because, you know, there was leaderboards, like actual in-game leaderboards, and there's also Maxroll world leaderboards where you can kind of track your progress versus the world. So I would do like rank 1 world clears all the time on my Demon Hunter, and like, you know, for like a set period of time, right? So like, as a content creator, it made sense because people want to see the rank 1 in your title. It's like, oh, dude's rank 1, you know, it was an easy way to get viewers in and be like, oh, you know, you did this, you must know what you're talking about, et cetera, et cetera. But also the gameplay sometimes was fun when you finally got the riff you needed, right? So there was a reason for me going for those years. But if I wasn't doing content creation, I don't know if I would have spent nearly as much time trying to fish for that. Because at the end of the day, I'm like, was it worth the time spent to try to get that clear? You see what I'm saying? Like, for people like, let's say Mippy, it is. Because Mippy, that's his brand. His brand as a player is always be ultra competitive in anything that the game has to offer, whether it has leaderboards or not, right? That's his brand. That's what people know him by. So for him, he kind of has to do it. People expect him to do it because that's his brand, right? So like, there are different reasons why people do different things. And I think for me, I didn't want that brand in D4. So I purposely did not try to do that in Gauntlet because I didn't really enjoy Gauntlet either. I purposely did not do that in Pit because I didn't really enjoy Pit. So I'm trying not to pigeonhole myself into, you know, things like that where people are just like, oh, you know, a new thing's coming out, you know, are you gonna, you know, go for rank 1 or XYZ? Like, I don't want to be forced to feel like I have to do it. Whereas in Diablo 3, that kind of like I kind of pigeonhole myself into that as the person that did do that. And I realized that, and I'm just like, man, I don't want that to be the case anymore. You know who's also like that, who used to be very ultra competitive, but kind of stepped back and stopped doing that stuff? Rax Antrax. Rax is the same way. Because Rax used to be ultra competitive in Diablo 3, leaderboards and stuff like that. And then if you notice, he doesn't bother with pit pushing or Gauntlet or anything like that. He just doesn't. And I understand. I get it now. He just doesn't want to be, you know, feel like he has to, you know, do that. More snake killing tonight? You bet. You bet. But yeah, I say all that not to discourage you or anything like that, but I just want you to, you know, I know what it's like, and it can be very draining. I've talked to Mippy actually a little bit, and I told him to take care of himself because he spent ungodly amount of hours trying to push with the pit leaderboards earlier on, and like he got so burnt out with the game that he pretty much like stepped back from it like 2 weeks after trying so hard. Like you can tell, like he was kind of out of it. Like the moment the leaderboard closed, he was out of it. Like he just stopped the game for a bit. Hey Di, what's the better stat if I can roll only one on Heartseeker, Malice, or Exploit? Malice would be more consistent. Exploit is technically better, but more so when you're pushing. But Malice would be more consistent. Honestly, either or, whatever you can roll, will be fine. But we need Mippy die. We need his build gas. Oh no, I mean, obviously he'll be back to do all that stuff. He ain't going nowhere permanently. But I'm just saying he left for a bit and came back to do a couple of things on PTR. But then like he's like kind of burnt out. Not kind of. He just, you know, it happens. Basically suck up my pride and just go with the strongest meta class if I'm purely going for the respect. Yeah, pretty much, Steve, pretty much. If that's your goal, then like if that's like the most important goal that you have, then yes. Rex is so hard to read with his dry ass. It's a human personality. It can be like that sometimes. I guess I've been around Max enough to know when he's like serious and when he's not. But yeah, Mr. Shambles, Murica, yes. J-Man with the 20 months of subs, 20 months in a row. Appreciate you, man. I think like breaks. Oh yeah, breaks are good. I'm just. It was one of those like hard breaks where you have to kind of like question yourself. You know, all the hours that you spent doing the thing. You know, you go back to reality once the leaderboard's closed, and then you think to yourself, was that worth it, right? And for some people, might be, but like, I'm glad I did do all that for whatever it is I achieved. And for others, it might be, damn, why did I spend as much time as doing what I did? You know, but yeah. How's the cookout? They didn't have it today. They're gonna do it tomorrow, apparently. So yeah, they didn't have it today. They went and did something else, I think. I don't know if a Barrage, I heard him mumbling. Let's go Brandon to himself a while back. Let's go Brandon to himself a while back, and it just goes me the... Huh? Let's go Brandon? I don't know the reference to that. I feel like I'm missing a reference there. I speed farming, technically just farming mass and pit. I have a amulet with crit chance, lucky hit, exploit, and another with the same stats with just malice instead of exploit. Well, the thing is, I think B-Dog, the bigger thing is if you're speed farming, I would go exploit if you're using a crossbow. I would probably go malice if you're using a bow. For speed farming, just because crossbow just has the bigger bang, the bigger hit. So exploit can potentially mean that you take one less or one or two less shots. So whatever, if you're using a crossbow versus using a bow per se. So I mean, there are little nuances like that, but it's not gonna like make or break what you're doing. I think this is it though. I think this is all I gotta do to change, right? Make my changes here. Just these items and this glove. I think everything else can stay the same. Oh, also this ring. I use the bow. Yeah, I'd probably say malice, just because it's going to be a little more consistent in general, especially versus the boss. Bosses without ads, especially malice is better. Bosses with ads, if you had a crossbow, exploit would be better. Okay. My barrage gear is pretty bad, y'all. It's quite awful. All right, what we got? Paragon. Probably need to switch out of. Actually, I think the Paragon board can mostly stay the same. I just need to get a different glyph, other than Canny. I don't have exploit leveled up on this character either. I guess. Pride. Where's Pride? Do I have Pride leveled up on this character? I do not. Okay. Pride can go here. Or here, really. Why do I have too many points in Dex here? It's awkward. So I'm about to level up some glyphs. Oh wait, I don't. Oh no, I guess no. Chip was there. I really need an intel glyph here. It makes more sense to have it there. I can do Chip here, I guess. Instead, but control here. That's already accounted for. Yeah, so then we'll just put Chip. Pride there, I guess. No, actually, I don't know. Guess I can just go devious and just do a direct slot here. Right, I can do Pride here when I actually haven't. I got none of the strength requirements. Actually, devious makes more sense here. No, it does not. I lied. Strength. Strength. See. Strength. 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 One more point. One more point. We'll figure it out. AJ said don't ever change. He said good for you for not knowing what that means. LOL, don't ever change. Really? What, that reference? Good for me for not knowing what Brandon, what? All right, hold on. Let me look at my chat real quick again. Have you ever heard about the Splash Buddies? What's the Splash Buddies? Oh, you mean the Splash Brothers? And let's see, Machine said something about what was it? Buddy Hill, I think. Is that Buddy Hill's coming to, where is he going? Is he going to Golden State? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, bro, got it. Okay, I see now. I'm reading your message now. It's a political thing. Let's go Brandon with some weird red pill. Go for it. Is getting some of his chatter some heat about keeping the stream non-political. It's hypocritical. Okay. Okay. I honestly didn't even know what that meant. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That okay. I get it now. I honestly did not even know what what that was, what that meant. Nah, but I think I'm just like everybody else when it comes to anything political. I just would rather not, just because it's easy. The one thing I will say though, and again, not to get on that topic, like I don't want to go into the topic of politics, but what I do think in general, regardless of where you stand, where you sit, or whatever, you can have some of the brightest people, some of the people that you respect and admire or that you're cool with, and the moment that we talk about politics, all of that goes out the window. Religion is a very similar thing, and it's sad considering how important these things are to society, but we are terrible as a whole being able to like discuss this, like these things in a what kind of manner would I say? Like we're terrible at being able to like actually have a good discussion about stuff like that, which is why it's just never great to or good to ever like talk about it, like period. So that's kind of just where I stand, right? It's just like, you know, it turns people who are normally rational into very irrational individuals. I'll say very irrational, but you know, it just, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, you know, otherwise it's like you can sit there and like 99% of things about a person, and the moment that they speak about what they feel in that category, it just all goes out the window. And it's just this, it's the most terrible thing ever, man. It's like, why is it gotta be like that? You know, like, why is it gotta be like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, but it is. That's just the culture of, you know, of how it is in America, and it's just, I hate it. Like, I hate it for anybody on any side of the spectrum. Period. Like, it just is awful. That's just what that is. But so I do have the same thought in the sense of I don't like discussing anything like that on stream because it's just it never goes well, no matter what. Not just America. Well, true. Not just, yeah, that's also true. I lost friends because of all that in the last few years. This just sucks. Yeah, I mean, I just, like I said, I think it's very unfortunate that it's that way. I guess you could say in general. I really wish it wasn't. I really wish we weren't so divisive when it comes to stuff like that, but we are. We are, and that's, you know, it breaks up more relationships and friendships and whatever than most other topics, other than like, let's say, religion or whatnot. But yeah, that's all I'm gonna say about that. So like, well, you would never see or hear me be hypocritical or kind of go like, oh, well, you could talk about this person, but you can't talk about this person on my stream. Like, it's all the same. I could care less who you like. I can care less who you dislike. None of that will be okay on the stream. Same thing with religion in a sense. So, religion's easy. I've had I've had neighbors and your in your opinion, they're the best, legit, the nicest, most generous people I ever had the pleasure of knowing. I guess it's until you start like speaking about, which is like, I think, well, no, again, not going into that. Nope, not doing it. Not doing it. Yeah, I appreciate that. To be honest, maybe Rax didn't know it was a political thing either. I don't know. Like I've never seen Rax discuss that though in his chat. I think it was pretty clear almost to people who may have been around him like long enough to know more where he stands, but he never discussed it in his chat or Discord. You know what I mean? So like he never engaged in that kind of talk or conversation in his chat. So you could be right. He may didn't know. I mean, I didn't know. I wouldn't say that, but I mean, if I heard "Let's Go Brandon," I would think something completely different. I'm thinking, well, who the hell is Brandon? I'm thinking, did he just sign with the LA Clippers or something? You know, is Brandon playing for the Clippers or something? Is he good? You know, maybe I miss out. You know, like maybe I missed something on the end of, you know, I'd be completely clueless of what that meant. So like, you know, I wouldn't know. Like I honestly did not know. But obviously, if I did know, I wouldn't repeat it. So it's just like it wouldn't, because it's political. So I would not repeat that. Lilith for president, sure. I did, you know, I might acknowledge that. D4 or Nephilim politics, I guess. It's her turn. Listen, man, have I seen Fire Force? Actually, I haven't. I've learned to give everyone the benefit of the doubt one time unless I have information otherwise. I tend to be the same way. I always give everyone a chance. Usually. Okay, so we can't really do Alchemist Fortune here. We do need this though. But I guess the thing is that like if Rex was saying stuff, right? Like I guess how did his chat respond? Because like if he didn't know if it was political, I'm sure his chat did. Like I can't imagine that being good. Or I can't imagine this chat being, well, considering obviously you got people on both sides. Like I can almost see the chat kind of like, you know, exploding into a, you know, that kind of thing. Right? Because like the moment you open that up, you know, that is not, that ain't good. I don't want to do that. Where do I want this last 3 points to go, y'all? Where should we have this last 3 points go? He's got a Starless with crit chance. GA now. I have one with crit damage and one with crit chance. Cancer culture is real. For better or for worse. Yeah. He said Tatum. Just as long as their name isn't Jason. Yo, speaking of Jason Machine, the largest NBA contract in the history, right? 315 mil for 5 years for Jason Tatum. Think it was worth? Back to the amulet question, would 3 Frigid Finesse be worth more than one exploit on Heartseeker? Yes. Yes. Overrated and overpaid. Dash crit chance. Yeah, I guess I could do that. I guess I have one more point to go. We'll put it there. Because, you know, why not? Okay. So I think my Paragon board is mostly fine. My thing is, am I going to be able to sustain Barrage? Like, can I actually sustain it? I am using the crossbow, but that's on purpose because I don't know if my sustain is good enough to do it without, well, faster attacks. So we're gonna attempt the crossbow first. Okay, bronze gem.
Wear the stars around your neck. Stars guide you.
But speaking of which, when it comes to giving someone like a shot or a chance, you guys want to hear a crazy story? I think some of the people who've been around my stream for, I think probably at least 4 or 5 months, probably already know this story or heard the story like several times throughout the years. But speaking of giving someone a chance, right? Someone like a chance and not just, you know, completely just writing them off, right? Escape with this with the sub. Appreciate you, man. Did you guys know that one of my best gaming friends years back, we're talking about like over a decade ago, like 14, 15 years ago, me used to play a lot of twos in Warcraft 3, like a ton of twos, and even a little bit in StarCraft 2, for fun or whatever. One of my better gaming friends was actually part of the KKK, and I had no idea. Until one day I saw something on Facebook because we were friends on Facebook or whatever. I know. Let me explain the story, right? So, I found out on Facebook, you know, with some of the things that he would post and like some of the groups that he was a part of, because it wasn't so obvious at the time, but when I found out something that was a bit more obvious, I did approach him with it, and I was like, because like we've been friends for like 2 or 3 years around that time, so it was like, you know, he obviously knows I'm black because we're Facebook friends, so and I have my profile picture up there, so it's like he knows I'm black, and he even helped me actually. He got me one of my first like really good graphics cards, and like, you know, mailed it to me, or whatnot, showed me how to actually put it in. Like back when I didn't know anything about actually like building computers at the time, he walked me through it. Like he was actually like cool dude, you know. And so I messaged him. I'm just like, so you're KKK, right? Just, and I'm black, right? So like you are aware that this is, you know, an awkward thing, right? You know, kind of a little awkward. And so instead of just writing him off and being like, oh hell nah, right? You know, I actually decided to try to hear him out to see, because it makes no sense. How are we friends for as long as we have been? And for one, he obviously never said anything. But 2, why would he want to be friends with me? And 3, wouldn't his chapter or wouldn't his organization be upset with him hanging out with me? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, something's not right about that. So instead of just being like, you know, hateful and, you know, being really upset and all these feelings and stuff like that, you know, writing up, I decided to ask him. I'm like, dude, can you, you know, tell me something, you know, what's up? Like I don't understand. So apparently in the KKK, there are more modern chapters, quote unquote, that don't care as much about the color of your skin, but how you act. So there's some chapters that hate white people as much as they do black people and Hispanics or whatever, if they act a certain way. So they're more about discriminating versus a certain type of behavior or culture versus the skin color. So apparently they've evolved into something, at least that, sorry, not they, but there's particular chapters that evolve into something a little different than just the skin color. So apparently that was that particular chapter's reasoning for, you know, for what they do. So again, I'm not here to say if that's a valid excuse or anything like that. However, the dudes never really, I mean, as much as I obviously hate the KKK, I mean, there's no, okay, I don't have to explain that. But point being is that him as an individual, he's never treated me with anything other than respect in some way, shape, or form, and was very nice to me this entire time. And so I just thought that was, and like even to this day, you know, we're still kind of cool. But obviously I'm gonna always have that in the back of my head where it's just kind of like, that's a weird evolution of the KKK, sure, but I don't know. I don't know. I didn't ask any more questions. I didn't say anything else. But I always kind of obviously have that in like the back of my mind where I'm just like, okay, you know, I'm gonna like, you know, I'm gonna always have this in the back of my mind. Like, you know, I'm gonna always think about this, right? Like, you know, that isn't like going anywhere. However, because, you know, had I not found that out, I would have never known. I'm not going to judge you solely on that, as much as I want to, as much as I really want to, because for obvious reasons, you've always treated me with respect. And there was no signs of you trying to manipulate me or find out where I live to burn a cross on my lawn or something. Like, nothing along those lines where I've ever gotten any sort of, you know, feel like I was threatened or anyone's ever came to my place or, you know, like none of that has ever happened. So yeah, again, like, it's just, if I get to the annual barbecue, no. But yeah, that's one of my stories. I'll put it that way. So that's a story that, despite obviously how that made me feel when I found that out, I was reluctant to, you know, from just, you know, completely just, you know, you see what I mean? So even someone like that, so I feel like it's just being a normal person, not liking bad behavior. Well, it's not bad behavior, but more so like the culture itself. Because like, I guess what he saw for me is that like, I didn't necessarily represent the like street culture per se. Like, apparently his chapter just doesn't like the street culture. It doesn't really matter if you're black, white, Hispanic, or whatever. That particular chapter just saw that entire culture as bad. And and he saw the white people who partake in that culture just as bad as the black people who are in that culture. And that's how he saw it. But because I was not, I guess, acting in that way, it just sounds like, you know, for him, in his chapter, I guess, have a different way of looking at it. I don't get me wrong, I never said I agreed with this or even think that this is really any better. But I have an understanding why he didn't just shun me being part of the organization. So it was a learning thing for me to understand that there's more to this whole thing than just the traditional hate group per se. You see what I'm saying? So I was willing to learn more about this, I guess, versus just like shunning it out completely. So not gonna lie, this sounds like he's saying you're one of the good ones, which is, yeah, well, yeah, I mean, that also crossed my mind too as well, in a sense. Which honestly, it is kind of saying that. At the same time, again, I've never been, I mean, dude pretty much sent me a $600 graphics card for free and showed me how to, and literally like walked me step by step on how to actually put it in my system along with some other stuff. Like someone who's supposed to be that hateful. You know what I'm saying? Like I never, and as someone who grew up always being wary of stuff like that, I never saw a red flag from this particular guy. So many raisins in that potato salad, Steve. I guess the moral of the story is that, like, when I say that, you know, I give everyone a shot, like, you know, I literally mean that. And that's like my story of kind of like showing you that, yeah, I can't stand what he represents at all whatsoever. However, I've been, again, always been treated, you know, well by this guy for whatever reason that is. But I learned something. Whether I agree with it or not, I did learn something. That apparently there's different evolutions of said hate group. Who knew? Except for if you're in it. What else am I gonna do? So I got this shadow step, right? What's the highest pit tier you complete with this build? You mean the barrage thing that I'm going to do right now? I don't push really at all. So, and with barrage, I haven't even attempted to try anything remotely high.
Greetings.
If it wasn't for the KKK part, would it have affected the relationship? That's the thing, though. Like, I would have never known had I not found what I found on Facebook about him. Like, have I never like come across it, I would have never known. So like, I guess that's the reason why like I didn't treat the relationship any time. I mean, we're still cool. Like, we're still cool to this day. I mean, we don't talk nearly as much or game as much. I mean, that's just time, right? You play different games. You know, you go one way, someone else goes another way, whatever. He was never into action RPGs, so we never played action RPGs together, whatnot. But like, yeah, I mean, I will always be careful. I'd be more careful now, obviously, knowing what I know. And I think he knows that. Like, he knows that I'm gonna always be more cautious now that I know what I know. But I never treated him any differently even after finding that out, despite how much I can't stand what he represents, despite the evolution of their said chapter. Not into action RPGs or red flag. I mean, no comment. Actually, I don't even know what I went for a fifth skill. What should I take for a skill here? I already got 2 damage buffs here. I guess I can go with Poison Trap. I guess I can do Concealment. I don't even know. I'm just saying I wouldn't call him about leaving the bar at 2 a.m. and either. Well, of course not. I mean, we're not in real life friends. I think that's a different story too. Keep in mind, we were internet gaming friends. We weren't like, we never hung out or went anywhere together. Like, no, that ain't happening. Right? But for the type of relationship that we had in terms of internet gaming, you know, that remained the same. Because there was no reason for me to change that based on how it's always been since then. Should I do? I guess we'll do Concealment. If you guys are in real life friends, someone needs to write a movie about that whole story. That would be kind of interesting, yeah. But yeah, I mean, there is a line that I would draw with that. Like I said, internet gaming is probably the line I draw. But yes, at least with him. Like I said, I wouldn't do that for everybody, but like because I've known him for a couple of years before finding that out, it was a little bit different for me. Yes. What do you think would be the top 3 road builds for season 5? That's hard to say. PTR was a huge mess. So if I had to do a guesstimate, I would say Heartseeker will be number 1 still. If all the things are fixed and bugs and not knowing what the new unique values were going to be, I would say Heartseeker. Oh man. Heartseeker, Barrage / Rapid Fire, because Barrage with the totem is actually ridiculously strong. And then Andes. So basically kind of what we already have now, with the exception of Barrage being bumped up quite a bit because the totem actually solves a lot of Barrage's single target issues. So I think all this talk is just honestly he doesn't get to play Sorc. But nah. With that being said, though, I will say this too as well. I think, I feel like I also have a little bit less to worry about because, like, I feel like the funny thing about it is that when it comes to like racism and issues that goes on, like, you know, if I'm ever in any trouble or danger, like, you know, the interesting part, I must say interesting part is that I'm pretty sure more white people will come to my defense than the white people who are against my case. Right. I mean, I can literally just look at my stream chat and people are like, we're cringing at the idea of KKK being a thing. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's people like that makes me feel like, oh yeah, I'm fine. You know, if anything was to happen, I'm pretty sure you guys would, you know, go ape shit on, you know, any dude, right? So, but you know what I'm saying? So like, I think that's another reason why, you know, I'm not like, get your bow and arrows ready. Nah. Call Me Dirk, what's going on? He said, haven't played since release. Oh yeah, the game is way better since then, especially season 4. Season 4 really upped the bar for the game a lot. It's considerably better. You think Poison Barrage? You think Barrage Poison Andes will be a thing? Probably. How about Flurry? Will it be able to make it there? Now, in terms of best, like when you say best 3 builds, no. Flurry would not be in that conversation. However, Flurry does become a bit better next season in general, given everything works the way it should. So Flurry will get out of F tier and maybe, you know, B-ish tier, B, somewhere in B. So that's still a pretty big bump for Flurry, considering everything. Let's get this thing rolling now. We got the I guess accelerating would be fine here, right? And part of me wants to do Edge Masters, but I don't even know if my whatchamacallit is gonna be good enough for that. Also, my gear is quite potato, by the way. Look at these masterworks. My weapons so bad. What do I think about the Warriors so far? Clayford, D'Anthony, Melton, Hill, Buddy Hill, and Kyle Anderson. Weren't they trying to get McCarkin or something like that? McCarkin from Sacramento. Are they still like trying to chase that still, or is that dead? Markkanen. I don't say McCarkin. He said Markkanen. All right. I said it all wrong. Yes. I think Warriors would be in a really good position if they got Markkanen. Until then, I don't know. That's rough. It's hard to say. I think it's going to be more so on how much can Kuminga and was it Brandon? Brandon, right? Can step up as well. I think honestly, one of the biggest issues with Golden State as well is that like they're like whenever Curry's not on the floor, now what? It's been like that for the past couple of years. Curry takes a break and like the game goes to hell offensively. So what can the other players do to generate offense whenever Curry's not in the lineup? Okay, I think I got everything. I'm pretty sure I'm missing something, probably something major, and I'm gonna find out the moment that I get into a dungeon or whatever. But I guess we will figure out what that is in a minute. I gotta level up these glyphs. If I can actually open I can't even know. I can't open any of these sigils. I don't have the whatchamacallits unlocks. Oh, there we go. We got one. What's my highest pit? Honestly, 125. I have yet to push, and I don't plan on it. Did the 125 on like 5.5 minutes or whatever, and that was kind of it. So what's the end game goal of this game? Well, I mean, it's an action RPG. So as with any action RPG, the goal is usually to farm, get better gear, make your build stronger, to farm faster, to get better gear, to kill faster, to feel stronger, rinse and repeat. That is usually the goal of all looters, basically. So it's a grind. Obviously, if you're trying to min-max or whatever, but Diablo 4 follows that formula that all action RPGs do. In fact, I would say Diablo kind of, I won't say invented the formula, but definitely put the formula into mass market. You're a Knicks fan. Knicks are gonna be good next year. I like the Miles Bridges trade a lot. So are you repeating the same dungeons, or are they giving you new hard ones to play? I mean, there's different content. Like there's different tormented bosses you can farm. There's pit you can farm for mats. There's hell ties for certain types of mats. So there's different types of gameplay things you're involved in to get the things you need to be able to upgrade your gear, craft things, and whatnot. But the formula is just going to be the same no matter how you look at it. So like let's say if you're playing Destiny, right? Destiny, like if you ever play Destiny or whatever like that, I mean, same formula, right? You're playing, you're grinding to get better gear, to do the same things but faster, and harder content, etc. It's the same thing but with guns I will say the PvP is I'm gonna say non-existent in this game, but it's a very small community that actually, you know, gets into the PvP stuff because the PvP is not really that well done, I guess you could say. Or I'm gonna say it's not well done. Blizzard doesn't really do much for PvP balancing, etc. Okay, never played anything like this. Got on release purpose distracted. I will say this much, Commodore. There's a lot of content for you to go through if you're just now getting into it. Like there's hundreds of hours to be had in terms of like things to do, things you can do. Right. So like, but just note that, you know, the objective is to ultimately make as strong of a character as you possibly can. Playing different builds, playing different classes, etc. Yeah, I need I need more energy regen for sure. This is definitely not enough. Any class recommendations for a new player? What do you like? So like in a game like this where you play a role, you create a role, which is, you know, a character, right? You pick a role. What do you see yourself doing? Are you like an assassin? Or are you like a archer, range dude? Are you like a, you know, get up close and smack things in their head, you know, like a barbarian? Are you like someone who likes minion play, companion play, which is, you know, more so necro? Like wielding magic, elements, you know, Sorc. You a wizard, Harry? All right. I mean, you would have fun playing Sorc then. Honestly, Druid to some extent as well, just because they're, you know, there are into the elements too as well. They're basically an elemental barbarian that can shapeshift. They're not really that strong right now, but you know, considering that you're just not getting back into it, that doesn't really matter as much as the fun factor. Like looter shooters like Borderlands, since it has aspects from March. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I got level up Pride, right? Have I seen Wind Daddy Druid? No, or at least not called by that name. Is it like is it a hurricane thing, or is it like a wind shear? I would be shocked if Jazz gave him up. Only good player with 1 picks. I think Jazz is either going to try to build around him. Not him per se. Yeah, build around him, or they're just going to rebuild. So I think they're just testing the market to see what they can get for him, and can they get a big enough haul to consider a rebuild versus, you know, building around him, if that makes sense. I think that's what they're doing. So, bro, I can't open up any of these essentials because I don't have any strongholds unlocked, man. Hey, what?
Such poor equipment. Let me help. That can't be salvaged.
Just have to create some more, I guess. looking for a game to play while working Elden too hard. I think this might be work better. I think you will enjoy it. Take your time. Don't get boosted by any of your friends or whatnot. I think you'll enjoy it. I wish there was a way to kind of sustain cold imbuement, but I kind of really can't. As strong as that would be, you're just gonna run out of charges of cold imbuement very easily. So you're only gonna get like maybe half the value of what it's really worth. I've been watching the WNBA. I've been watching highlights, but not like full games. Why only one crit chance roll on the Endurance build? It's more so the proc things like Umbrus and things like that, because better Umbrus uptime. Also, some things require. It's more so for procs. It's not for Andes at all. Was the pip progression on the PTR a bug or the new pip progression rate? That's a very good conversation, actually. A good topic. I think so. The bosses were a bug. The bosses were obviously a bug. In terms of the pip progression itself, I actually think they're probably playing around with that. I do think that they are experimenting more with making you have to do more of a full clear versus just, finding elites and, demolishing them. So I think they want you to actually, do more killing to get the progress level up. So I think they were giving elites less progress. So you have to kill more trash to get through. I think is what they were targeting. Honestly, if it's that way, I'm actually okay with that. I actually kind of like that, to be honest with you. It would make more builds more. You'd see more potential builds opening up, I guess. Especially like bigger AoE clear ones that doesn't just automatically snipe elites like right dead in their tracks. But at the same time, though, if they're going to do that, I think they need to what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So they need to make sure that the maps don't have too many dead ends. Where you have to go and like backtrack and try to find the 2 or 3 trash mobs that you didn't know you had to kill because they were in the corner. So as long as they fix the dead ends part of things, where the maps that lead you into a corner that you got to go find the last bit of trash mobs, then I think it's a good idea. Outside of like. That's the one thing I didn't like in the PTR. I was like, there were, and I'm usually one of the individuals that actually do like to try to do clears, like not full clears, but actually kill trash. So when I was running out of trash to kill, or when I was running out of mobs to kill, I had to go back to the previous floor into a corner that some trash mobs were hiding. That's really annoying. So as long as they fix that part of it, I think the new changes are fine. But they have to fix that part. Fix density. Well, the density is actually pretty good on open maps. It's more so the more claustrophobic the claustrophobic maps are the more so the issue. Zed Rogue for the win. What's a good Rogue in-game build? You got many choices actually. Honestly, Heartseeker and Dario's, Rapid Fire, Pen Shot, Barrage may not be as good as the ones I just mentioned, but Barrage is not bad for that either. You got quite a few choices. You may try dual core rapid fire flurry, just hit level 67. That's gonna be quite, I won't say difficult, but I don't think you're gonna get too far if you do that. Unfortunately, flurry rapid fire is not in a good, it's not in a good position at the moment, just because of the way itemization works now versus what it used to be. Merlin, what's going on? Jump Venus says lasagna. What class builds do you think has the highest skill ceiling in D4 this season? Skill ceiling? That's an interesting discussion. Usually people say what's the strongest build, but skill ceiling. Most builds are actually pretty easy to execute on most classes, at least the high level ones. I would say Flaybarb would be in that conversation. Like you have to do stuff on Flaybarb. Rapid Fire is also in that conversation because Rapid Fire is actually not that easy to aim and play. I'd probably put those two up there in terms of skill ceiling. But like, Shadow Step, gotta backtrack your buffs well to actually kill anything. That's a good point. Do okay with my resource. I say okay, not great, but okay. Like when I'm getting ready to run out, my inner sight kicks in. So it's like I have just enough to where I'm broke, and then inner sight kicks in, and I'm good again for a bit. Do I think Heartseeker will be good in Season 5? I think it'll be Rogue's strongest build. again. Season 5. I say I think just because we don't know what Blizzard is going to do with the old uniques, like how much they're going to actually buff the old uniques. And I think the old uniques benefit, you know, the other rogue builds more so than anything else, like the rapid fires, the barrages, the pin shots, those kind of things. Like the new uniques or the old uniques, if they buff the old uniques to where they're actually useful, like really good useful, then we'll see those builds kind of step up. We won't see like Heartseeker step up in that sense because Heartseeker can't take use of Condemnation Dagger or Wind Force or Sky Hunter or Eagle Horn or anything that they might actually buff in terms of uniques are concerned, right, for Rogue. So unless yeah, I mean pretty much that's kind of really it. So it's hard to say, but given what we have now, what we see from the PTR now, if it launches as is but bugs are fixed and things actually work, then Heartseeker will be at the top probably. I have to get my exporting glyph up. Something that added making it stronger because Victimizer is getting nerfed. Well, they're fixing the bug, the double dip, but they also, you know, gave Victimize 50% roughly more damage to compensate for, you know, for the double dip nerf. It's not obviously as much as what the double dip was, but it's still pretty significant. Plus other things like there's a whole new sword out there that gives basic attacks 300% more multiplicative damage for whatever reason they chose to do that for. Sorry, that's a dagger. Sorry, and then we got the Umbercrust sword that works really well with Victimize procs. So even though Victimize itself is going to be a little weaker than it is this current season, there are many things that are going to go together that's going to make Heartseeker strong. The new helm with Starless guys on Heartseeker, if it stays the way it is, would be insane. So like, I mean, yeah. Vessel of Hatred, yeah. Oh, you mean the, oh, you're talking to the other guy, okay. So yeah, but with that being said, yeah, Heartseeker would be at the top if, given what we know so far, which we'll probably know something different later when they release, you know, the finalized patch notes. I do have exploit leveled up somewhat. I guess what I don't have is it's pride. My pride makes more sense to refinish. Pride and fluidity. And devious. Actually, yeah, all of those probably do need to go up. But with that being said, I think I do need to change out something though. I still have Eldritch Bounty right now, and I think I can get another another glyph. Will they do a beta for the expansion? Probably not. Small group of content creators who get to try the early access for Vessel Hatred. Yeah, so I'll be doing that. I'm in that category, so I'll be able to kind of play test it. I don't know if like I'm pretty sure that they're probably doing it so we can also give them feedback too. But I don't know if they're gonna do like an open beta to the public. Considering that it launches what in 3 months, I believe. 3 months the expansion. I don't know if there's enough time for them to like go in and do a complete open beta and then like look for things or changes, especially with season 5 coming around the corner too. Like they gotta do things for that too. I don't know. I think not having a open beta or a open beta is a bad idea. But I mean, we'll kind of see. Is this Weird Al? Yes, it is. Is it cool? I enjoy Heartseeker build. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah. I still got this for some strange reason, so we're gonna remove this. What's the best way to get out of this to get another glyph? Oh yeah, I don't need cunning stratagem. So we just need to turn this board around. Could do Lorena's instinct though. So dex, strength, exploit, and one more strength. Actually, how many can I get away with? So there's 2 strength there. I guess it will be the same way no matter what. Okay, so that's an easy way to get that activated. Question is, can I get seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 0. So I would need 1, 2, 3, 4. Also would probably still want to try to take some core damage if I also go that route. I wouldn't be able to do any of that because I don't think I'll have enough points for it. Not unless I like remove Deadly Ambush. Probably remove this and then try to go after it. But I still wouldn't be able to activate that node because I won't have enough intel there. I have to like switch out a board to do that. I got to switch this board and that board to do that. Or I can just remove this entire board, period. Board is kind of... Point is was not to change out too much. Oh yeah, I don't even have chip activated for real. I forgot to do that. I have too much decks. Okay, there's another way to get. I'll go this way. This way. Okay, same thing. Still missing that, so I still have to kind of. So I guess I'll still only just save 1 point if I go that route. Based on one or the other board is picked based on legendary glyph. So without, like, this entire board is pretty much useless because you only took this board for this node for the most part. This stuff here doesn't really do anything. It's just you know, something to plug a glyph in. So I could get rid of this board, but it means I have to detach all of this to make it work. And then I'll be able to do Lyrana's Instinct over here and at least give some sort of value to my inner sight. Or when inner sight bonus is up. Like it'll be worth more than having this board in general. The thing is that do I feel like reconstructing my Paragon board to do that right now? It makes sense to do it. It's just a matter of do I want to. Am I doing victimize a close quarter? Actually, this is precision. Only just because I didn't feel like changing up my entire gear. So I just went from combo points, rapid fire into barrage precision, I guess. I don't think they'll hire any in-house testers. They're probably working on expansion 2 and deciding the price. Well, they already put the price out for the expansion. So it is being picked based on what legendary node you want in given build. Well, I don't think you like build an entire build around it. But right now, if I want to squeeze out a little bit of extra damage, it makes sense to take that since this here it's easy. It's an easy way to cap my, or it's an easy way to get a strength glyph here. So it makes sense to try to like pick up that. And then you can kind of go this way, pick up that. And it's pretty easy to get out of it as well. Even though you don't want this legendary node, period. But the only way to do that would be to get rid of this board. So I might be back to 6 glyphs again, but I might be able to pick up something that actually might be somewhat valuable. Even if it is just a very, very small amount, it's still better than not having it. Yes, if that makes sense. But I wouldn't do it if I had enough points to get here though, and also get here. I need like 7 points additional. One, two. I need 1, 2, 3. Well, I guess I would have to take all this core stuff. Right? So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I would need 15 points. I would need 10 more points to at least get a teeny bit of benefit from it. Thing is, what would I want to give up for that? If I want to give up anything. Let's take a look at my life. So 38% is actually, 38k is actually kind of decent. I might be able to get away with taking out what 1, 2, 3, 4 points here. I could get rid of 3 points here. Yeah, like I'm getting very dangerous into the glass cannon territory. Really glassy. Good, I could get rid of this board too if I really wanted to. Did you capstone world tier 4? Nice, nice. I feel like you thrive in that show. Oh, you mean like the glass cannon zone? I do. I do. I just want to make sure that I don't get like one shotted though. I guess that's kind of the thing. As long as I'm not getting one shotted, I have enough. That's generally how I tend to gauge it. So I have 12 points now. I need 15 to get everything that I need or want. Okay, that's too many points to get over there. Still not enough. It's only a 15% bonus if I can't get the rest. Yeah, so I guess I probably won't worry about it. There's no way I can truly make it happen right now. I have to theorycraft this a little bit more later. In the meantime, what else can I sort of pick up, I guess? I have an idea. I could pick up some critical strike damage, I guess. Two, and oh wow, I don't have enough intel to actually like really take advantage of that. Okay. Okay, so that's 600, right? Then this board is what? 520 for intelligence. How much intel do I have? 480. So I wouldn't even have enough, even if this was the other board instead. I guess no matter what I'm doing, I'm still running into to a wall without like just redoing the whole thing. They're gonna have damage aspects I could pick up. Running Moonrise, the ability, Retribution, Rapid, Edge Masters, and the Frostbitten. I mean, that's kind of it. I mean, do you have more gear slots? I mean, you pretty much got them all. Gotta redo Masterwork then. I mean, at some point, I mean, there is gonna be a point in time, Brogata, where you're just not gonna really be able to get an upgrade. Right? I mean, the better your gear becomes, the less likely you're gonna find an upgrade. So, I mean, which means by that point, you know, you're getting to a point where you've, you know, almost beat the game, I guess. Just hoping to at least hit 140 on Heartseeker before you gave up on it, though. Honestly, I think more attempts is just is the best way for you right now. Like, just trying more often. I think spending more time doing anything but pushing isn't going to really help you at this point. Unless, you know, you're still searching for, like, you know, 3GA amulet, 3GA, 3 passive amulet or some sort, some 6 sort of, whatever like that. But I mean, a 140 is possible, even without, like, perfect gear on Heartseeker. I think it's just time at this point. You know, you're going to fail quite a bit, so just take it for what it is and just keep trying at this point, because getting the right map and the right boss is going to be more important than like a 4% upgrade or a 5% upgrade kind of thing. If you want to try out Intercom, what can I replace on Heartseeker? I mean, you can not do shared misery if you want. For speed farming, I probably wouldn't recommend you do that. For pushing, yeah, that's fine. But for speed farming, no. Or if you like shared misery, you can just remove elements instead if you prefer to stand still versus the elemental cycle for more damage. I was stuck. There was nowhere I could have went. My shot step was on cooldown.
I need more time.
You got your Heartseeker pencil level 8. Oh, nice, man. How many remaster works did it take for you to get that? I feel like I'm like just on the cuffs of running out of energy. Running out of energy. I'm like right there. Said, oh, and go buy a 3GA bow. Honestly, Brogada, your best bet, your better bet might actually be a crossbow than a bow if you're talking about trying to get the 140. I guess read that. Two reasons. For one, crossbows are considerably cheaper. Yeah, if you're looking for it, and two, crossbows are better versus bosses, which is where you spend the majority of time fighting. Especially if you have exploit and all the other multipliers. I guess the right boss, like obviously Bear Collar or Malice. The least enjoyable part about boss fights is you barely do any damage until you stagger them. I would say it took around 20 resets to masterwork to get that. Oh, you mean the Heartseeker thing? Yeah. Yeah, dude. I think Woody Joe complained about that too a lot. Woody was very I don't say upset, but like he's so like he's definitely not happy with the fact that boss staggers are the only way that you're dealing your damage. Why those two bosses? Because they have ads. And on Heartseeker, with a boss without ads means you will not clear. There are two of the bosses that have ads too, but they also have more health and they're considerably more annoying to fight and don't spawn their ads nearly as often. So Spirit Caller just has the most reliable ads for you to proc victimize on the boss for you to actually kill. Otherwise, you're not clearing. I'm curious about something, by the way. I don't think I have a weapon there. That's life on hit. A chance to restore primary resource. I guess I could do something like resource cost reduction, maybe. You said that's so lame. It is. It's very lame. That's why I don't like. That's part of the reason why I don't like pushing, or why I don't do it. I'll be right back. I need to get up and walk. Okay. Didn't need a bane of this Draken. I mean, that's how they solved the problem in D3 with the boss health being ridiculous. I don't know if I really want the same solution for D4, where everybody's running the one thing in higher pits just for boss fights. But I mean, I'm not really running out of. You know what I want to do though? You know, actually, what I want to try. Can I, like, if I can actually try it? I wouldn't be able to, because then I can't cap up my resistances. Actually, I just realized my fire resist is 38%. I have the wrong gem in there. There we go. So I guess I'll be missing lightning. I'm going to get poisoned if I want to switch my pants out. I kind of want to do. I could solve all my resource issues super easily, but yo, this song. Where's those pants? Actually, I have one pair. The boss will. Also, give me a little bit more damage here. I have to trade something out. I'll be trading damage for damage. I guess it really wouldn't matter. I have to make up the both resist actually. Cold is not hard to get, but the lightning would. I have to figure out how to get poison. Yeah, I have to change my whole Paragon board to do that again. Do that. I think we'll leave it as is. Let's do some pits though. See if I can really sustain my resource. I have a question. Do cinders stay on your account if you switch characters? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think a one-on-one is probably. It's probably worth. Oh yeah. Excuse me, sir, your tune shoulder is smoking. What up, Electro? Happy 4th to me. Is that dynamite? Are you trying to blow up the stream, sir? Are you from the Acme Corporation? Speaking of the Acme Corporation, why does Wildy Coyote keep shopping there? Like, obviously the products usually backfire like quite often. You would think he would just use a different company, right? He has a coupon. He gets a discount. I wonder why he gets a discount. I mean, you have to really think about it. He's the only one that uses the products. He's the only reason why, you know, Acme is still in business. Well, I guess Bugs Bunny uses Acme too as well. And every now and then Daffy Duck, I guess. Because they give you back like $10 to $15 every time they mess up. Well, what does Wildy Coyote get though? I'm saying, like, what does he get back? Acme is Amazon. What build? This is just physical inner sight barrage. It's pretty thrift shop gear that I put together just to kind of play, just to kind of play it. Acmazon, what's up? You're running pinch shot and it seems to be capped at 105 piss. It can definitely go way higher than 105, but it just depends on what, like, are you doing victimized pinch shot or are you doing like precision pinch shot? Victimized? Oh no. Oh yeah. So like pinch shot, technically speaking right now, pinch shot is Rogue's best pushing build. Capable of going above 150. But your gear needs to be like very good. We're talking about like Chinese gear. Good. Oops. If your gear speaks Mandarin, you're good. I am imagining one of those Diablo classes using Acme product like Amazon using giant or Barbarian using giant anvil. What up, Joseph? Is there a faster way to farm rare crystals than Blood Maiden? Faster way? Probably not. I mean, Helltide is going to be the fastest in general. The events might be better than Blood Maiden sometimes, depending on which event you get around in Helltide. But Blood Maiden is, you know, one place that's easy to find that you can kind of spam for that. So, yeah, I think overall Blood Maiden kind of takes the cake on that. You said need GA to move forward. I don't say just GA, but you know, getting the masterwork crits on the right stats, along with the godlike amulet and godlike rolls on the stats too as well. GA helps, obviously, yes, but the baseline has to be very good for the GA before the other GA or parts of your items to also, you know, work in tangent, I guess. Yeah, if you say you're stuck at 105, then like, you have a lot of room to go for that. But pin shot is extremely difficult to gear for, so don't feel bad. Like there's a reason why most players do not play pin shot. Like it's a very few people build for pin shot, period. But that's just because gearing is very stringent. Like if you don't have 122% lucky hit chance, then I wouldn't even bother playing the build. Like it's like that stringent. Yeah, that's like nowhere near enough for pin shot. It's like Heartseeker numbers, yeah, pretty much. I had most of the planner from the 158 dues build and it felt awful. It seemed like you definitely need GAs and purple rolls, but yeah, yep, pretty much like I was referring to, Chinese gear. At this point, if you want to, you know, get to where he's at, if you didn't spend real money, then you're probably doing it wrong. When it comes to pin shot at that level. You missed that tip about GA dex or GA gear dex percent. Can I go over it again? So GA dex percent is actually a good stat, believe it or not. The only reason why you don't see it on, like, let's say a Heartseeker build or Andy's build per se, is because there are just so many other passes that are also good, and you know, the double dipping and stuff like that, right? So for, like, let's say a rapid fire or barrage build, those that kind of use precision or comma points or whatever, then GA dex is actually good, because if you can get, like, what I think it's like 13%, 14%, somewhere around that range with GA, and some master working going on with, not, I guess you really wouldn't want to master work it, but you can get GA dex. I mean, you can get, you know, a good, you know, 13-14% more damage through the GA dex, which is worth more than some passives on, like, a rapid fire build or a barrage build. So generally speaking, probably the more optimal amulet would be like Bridge of Finesse, Weapon Mastery, GA dex, basically. Best way to farm Chinese gear, you're gonna have to farm real money for Chinese gear. So I would recommend a second job, probably gig work, because it's probably easier to pick up a gig work. You know, like you know, like maybe Ubering or lifting or you know, DoorDash, Grubhub. Those are probably very easy ways to farm Chinese gear. Honestly, the sad part is that I'm really only halfway joking. You have an easier time. It'll be a faster time actually doing a gig work and then paying for gear than actually trying to play the game and farming for that gear. Have a trust fund. I guess that works too. Day trading works in the pinch. Wow. I got absolutely chopped in half.
I need more time.
Yosemite Sam as Barbarian. Daffy Duck as Necromancer, Bugs Bunny as Sorcerer, Foghorn, Leghorn as Druid. You thoughts? I don't know. I don't know if you can really. I don't know. I'll tell you a funny story though. My mom, the very first time she watched Looney Tunes, I think she watched one episode. It was Yosemite Sam. I think he was on his donkey or whatever, and he kept saying he's like whoa, I say whoa, right? And then he got mad and he's like, I said whoa, and then he like smacks him with his gun or whatever. And of course, you know, you have the little slapstick comedy thing. She literally died laughing for like hours. Like, that was like her absolute favorite moment. I don't know why that was. But yeah, it was it was something about that moment that she thought was absolutely hilarious. I do wish that intercept was better with precision. I feel like you're definitely kind of like I think it could be okay if I can like spam cold imbuement, but you kind of can't. Well, not kind of can't. Like you cannot. So you kind of end up like with poison being like your best bet, just because you have to stack something to get some real damage going on. Then again, I will say my gear is pretty Papega, but even so, we'll reset this. Okay. Okay. Sure, whatever. I'll take it. Maximum life. Got here. Dex. Oof. I want a barrage, but critical strike damage, I guess, is fine. Oh, there's Songs of Angers. Having Andarias would be better to find gear for that build and take the Shaco off. I mean, I would look at builds that I would look. So I guess for Rogue, there's only really one build that really scales. I'm gonna say one build that scales well with it, but the main build that scales well with it is like a puncture Andario setup or whatever. So I wouldn't just build around. I wouldn't build around it without knowing what it does and how it plays. So I would look it up. We have a build like that on Maxroll. If you want to take a look at it, but I wouldn't just take a helm and be like, "Hey, I found this uber unique. I'm now going to completely derail all of my gear to fit that one unique." Unless you really, really want to play that build. If you do, obviously go ahead for it, right? But I would take a look at how it plays and what it does before you go that route, because it's a pretty big sacrifice to make the switch to do something like that, especially if you're coming from a build with a completely different key passive on Rogue. What up, Peacha? Do you think they'll put in the torment stacks on purpose so players try to learn to play rather than just face tank? Yep. And the pit bosses, yep. I think that's a really good change, to be honest. I will say this though. I think if they're gonna do that, that some bosses' attacks need to be dodgeable. Like there shouldn't be any, you know, unavoidable damage. So if they're gonna do that, they might need to rethink some of the attacks that does happen that are nearly or almost impossible to avoid, no matter how like you prepare or good you are with that. Because there are definitely some attacks that are like that. But I do like the stacking thing because it does make you have to play the fight. It also makes it interesting for the long run. Like, maybe high level pushes or whatever. Because how long can you dodge those attacks for that long? You see what I'm saying? So maybe pit clears may come down a little bit in terms of, because you just wouldn't want to fight the boss for that long because you're going to die unless you somehow dodge everything well for a long period of time. But I think that'd be more impressive to see someone fight a boss for like 7 minutes and dodge everything. But I don't know. I do think it's a step in the right direction though. But they do need to tweak it. So no more one-shot mechanics? Correct. But it also means you won't be able to face tank everything either all the time. So think of it as like Lilith. Like it's just like fighting Lilith basically. Kind of. Is it better to just work on non-GA gear, but have the correct master working and temper stats, or a GA with maybe max life instead of stat on the planner? So it just depends on what, like the thing is with GA gear is that if you have like a single piece of a single piece with GA on it, like like a good piece with the multiple GAs, that's not going to matter nearly as much as having multiple GAs on multiple pieces. Like you really need multiple pieces with GAs to really kind of see the difference. Like for instance, like if you have like a GA on vulnerable on like your two-hander, right? But no more GA vulnerable elsewhere. Right, that one GA vulnerable is, you're not gonna really notice that. But if you have it on multiple pieces, that adds up pretty nicely in terms of like, what you can get for endgame. So a lot of times you're not gonna feel the effects unless you have a lot of it. You know what I mean? Whoops, that hurt. But yeah, but if you have non-GA gear that's masterwork correctly and with the stats you want masterwork, you're probably going to see a bigger difference than some pieces of GA that isn't masterwork I guess correctly. Simply just because you don't have enough GA items to really make enough of a difference to see that. Does that make sense, AJ? Too long, didn't read. 10 GA or bust. That's all. You can take the same thing and apply it to the fight with Duria and Doria. Pro bosses, yeah, true. I said, yeah, can avoid everything for 10, 6 to 9 minutes. Yeah. True. Well, I guess depends on the build and depends on the player. Like I said, I'd be excited to see that just because that would be extremely difficult to do. Almost like Lilith, like old school Lilith, basically, right? Like old school Lilith, where you have to dodge for a long period of time and you weren't playing a build where you were skipping mechanics. Like that was a fun fight. Hard, really hard, but it was fun. So yeah, that's the problem. The stacks will kill you regardless of HP. So that's the thing, though. I think, yeah. So I guess that's the reason why, to me, I don't really take the pit right now in this current state so seriously, just because I know they're gonna be making adjustments. This is like basically like what we got right now is like pit 1.0. So they're going to continue to keep adjusting, fixing, making it better, maybe making some things worse. We'll kind of see. We'd love to see him do a season with improved boss ladders, with more bosses with unique mechanics. I'm sure more bosses will come. I do think that yeah, I think more bosses will come. Expansion, probably. Panzu is going on. Or Ponzu, what's going on? Yeah. Even with great gear, I don't. Precision is gonna definitely be worse than close quarter poison close quarters combat, of course. In some cases, scenarios, victimize interside barrages can be better on everything except for bosses. But Panzu, okay. I got them already immune or unstoppable already. RF asked me if I can, if I like Elias as a name for our next child. I said, I don't know if you wanted to associate ourselves with a person like that. Is it bad memories for you, Brogata? Is it nightmares in those pit runs? You know, the pit level you would have had that not, had you not got that boss. Is that what it is? Love the song. What song is this? I actually forgot the name of it. He covered like 123 3 times. Hyperfire. No, this is Barrage. Is Basher bug or bad math? Bad math. That's pretty much. So you almost feel bad playing it. Now that's just Barb being Barb at the moment. You're Gucci. Am I sustaining energy? Starless Skies and Inner Sight is kind of really it. I kind of need more, honestly, for situations where I'm like close to running out. Like right there, like I barely had enough. Before my inner sight actually kicked in. But it is so much fun fantasy playing like this though. Like Inner Sight Barrage. It's a lot of fun. It really is. But I do have to do close quarters combat and poison if I want to like get some real numbers. Precision, you know, obviously isn't gonna cut it, but I didn't feel like retooling my entire gear in Paragon board to do it. I just wanted to swap over from Rapid Fire, which I already have precision gear for, to just do some Insight Barrage for fun. But yeah. Social assessment. I'm also playing with the crossbow right now too, just because it's my stronger weapon right now. I don't have a good bow for this build. So because of that, I am attacking a little slower, which does make it easier to sustain hatred, or sustain energy. Yeah, hatred, yeah, demon hunter, yeah. I don't know. Oh, you mean for weapon mastery? Yeah. Yeah. Did I make this build myself? I mean, I guess so. I think creating an inner sight build from a combo points build per se is, I mean, you share a lot of the same things in terms of Paragon and gear things. So it's more of a spin-off rather than like a complete build, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I kind of just threw this together. This isn't like, I mean, there are some Paragon changes I would make, but it wouldn't make that big of a difference, which is why I didn't take the time to redo my Paragon board. I just kind of want to play some Inner Sight Barrage. I'm gonna also play some Inner Sight Rapid Fire in a minute too as well. I should never really thought about trying to do like Inner Sight, Poison Rapid Fire with close quarters combat. I imagine that kind of works, but wouldn't feel nearly as good as Barrage. But I would assume it'll be better on single target. I think with Barrage, especially with the Barrage aspect, you should be able to probably attack, you know, roughly twice as fast as a Inner Sight Rapid Fire build would be able to. So even if Rapid Fire hits harder, you're hitting way less often. But the sad part about the rapid fire thing is that you really can't stutter step with it. It's so bad to try to start this stuff with the intercept rapid fire. It's just so it's horrid. Like it's so painful. It's so painful, man.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
You finally got bored and decided to try hardcore this season. Ripped a level 70 Sorc earlier. Oh, you went into the PvP area. Is that what you did? Frozen Empire, appreciate the follow. I like how I handled that question. Well played, my guy. I know what you meant. But yeah. What are you doing the 120 under now? Or I guess are you doing it like 4 minutes roughly, or three to 4 minutes on the 120? 2 to 3 minutes? Very nice, actually. I wonder if like being able to get a little bit more like when I was watching your vid, on the 124, the boss damage or whatnot, looking at your poison ticks, like there are times where I see you hit for like 500 mil, like around 800 mil ticks or whatever. I wonder, I guess if there's a way to kind of get your poison ticks during that time frame window into like the low billions and more frequently. It's just kind of difficult, it seems like, to do that on Barrage. More so due to the lucky hit chance, I'm sure. You just kind of can't really get enough Andy's procs to really like make it oops. Not going the right way. Nah, I got greedy trying to farm 925s and you're in the level 46 Nightmare dungeon. Was your fault? Ah, okay. Aren't the tormented stacks in pit an indirect nerf to dot builds? Honestly, I guess it depends on which bosses you get during the boss fight. Because I mean, there are times where you can kind of stand still during. I mean, I think the stagger part is probably the biggest deal, right? As long as you can get killer damage on the stagger part, I think you're mostly fine, unless you're pushing like the highest of rifts or whatever, super extremely long boss fights, which we don't even know what the rebalanced boss fights would be, because if they're gonna do this whole stacking thing, right, or whatever, like, will our boss fights be as long as they have been? Because boss hit points were broken on the PTR, so And then you have to die to get the old version of the boss is HP or whatever. So we don't even know what the boss tuning is supposed to be like at all. So like, are we fighting bosses nearly as long anymore? Like, I don't know. This is like motion shot from D3. A little bit. It's trying to be that, but it definitely isn't that. It's not it. It's not it. It's a imposter, but it's the closest thing we got in D4. Don't give him any ideas. GA skins. What?
I need time to do that.
No. That was such a bad shadow step into that. Oh, I had concealment. I don't know why I didn't use it. Why does Rogue dismount sound like a shotgun? I don't know. Because I guess when you dismount, you're casting a bunch of arrows in the air, so it sounds like you're shooting, you know, hundreds of arrows in the air at one time, I think, when you dismount. I think I'm focusing on way too much on trash, by the way. Because it just feels good to kill stuff. I just stutter step throughout and just kill things, but I need to, like, you know, shoot a couple here and there until I get to some elites. Just have them follow me and chase me, I guess. If they're willing.
To do that.
Ah, actually, that was actually some okay damage. Whatever that was. Almost don't really ever see that, honestly. That was actually kind of okay. Like, it was okay.
Too bad, friend.
But it was... That's close to your Heartseeker damage. What up, Robbery? Another good news and bad news next season. No outlaws. Sharpshooter, but Mother's Judgment is in the pool. Wait, how'd you know that? So like a data mine thing, or just someone that like actually got like took the information, or did they actually say that in the patch notes and I just didn't see it? I mean, it could be a bug, you know. You know, he didn't show up because it was bugged. I mean, who knows at this point? I mean, I wouldn't get too happy just yet. No, got in the way. Asked you earlier, but why don't I use damage over time on Andy's build? You mean, why do I use like percent damage instead? Percent damage double dips right now. That's why. It won't next season because they'll fix it, but percent damage double dips on dot builds. Which basically gives you the same value as damage over time. It's basically the same thing. Only difference is that percent damage actually works for all of your skills. Whereas, damage over time works for just dots, right? It's really not a big deal at all, but I mean, if you had to make the choice between the two, if you can get even a teeny weeny bit of free damage because you went percent damage, it's kind of like, why not? However, again, like I said, this only applies in season 4 because it's bugged. Because Zarya is using damage over time, using flat damage. Well, yeah, I just don't think Zarya really wanted to mess with that because it was bugged. I think that's really the only reason why, and the fact that it doesn't really change the outcome of anything, even though again percent damage technically is like a teeny weeny bit better. I mean, about teeny weeny bit better. I mean, like not anything you're gonna notice, but yeah. What's my crit chance percent right now? Actually, I don't know. I really don't even know. Only 21% really, so it's actually quite low. I don't have any crit chance on my glove. Nor on my ring, actually. That's actually pretty bad, now that I think about it. Then again, I do have precision, though. So, like, my crit chance isn't going to really matter because, like, on the third shot, I should have precision. Oh, crowd control percent. Oh, I don't, because I'm doing precision, I don't have crowd control. Close quarters combat. Yeah, I'm playing precision. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't go too much further with this until, You know, unless I was doing poison with close quarters combat. Like, I'm pretty much not really. I won't say I'm capped, but I'm just like I'm at a point where like poison, you know, will obviously started to make more sense, especially close quarters combat poison. Trying to think of what else is there. I could try to squeeze out to boss will on my legs, but I have to change my Paragon board to make. You accidentally salvage your GA exploit amulet? Ooh. That's rough. That's real rough, actually. Got the Marcus favorite. Yeah. So I've never done that, but I came close to it. I came close to doing that. And like that feels bad. That feels bad that it felt bad that I almost did it. I can't imagine actually doing it. like what I would feel if it actually happened. Let's do the same thing but with rapid fire. I don't think I have to change my weapons. Kind of oof me one to use bow, but my bows are all my bows are kind of pretty horrid, so we'll have to give up the here. Was I missing accelerating? So we'll put accelerating. So have here, there. Just that. As much as I guess is fine. I want here instead. Honestly, probably accelerating sense here. And do Edge Masters already. What am I missing? I got Retribution. I got Elements, Edge Masters. For physical, what do I care about? I don't need branching volleys, no. What? Velocity. End up with 2 more aspects that I wouldn't have, so I guess I could do like shared misery. Now I also got one more. This is intercom. Repeating. This might. I guess you could do arrow storms. Kind of get it for free. Yeah, you actually do kind of get it for free. What the hell? We'll do it. Although, I guess you remember something. I don't really have a. I don't have a good way to make them vulnerable though. Like Barrage did it on every third attack, but with rapid fire, I don't have another way of making them vulnerable without trying to get an aspect to do it. So now I'm like, now I'm down on an aspect to. So best bet I'm gonna go that route would be something. I guess, what the hell, why not? Also forgot I need to change this aspect, this glove out. Hold up. Is that my best glove? It is. So we gotta do, was it arrow storms? I think it is.
How may I help you?
And go fire. Kind of it. Everything else tastes the same. $22 rings of rapid fire isn't enough. I agree. Why don't the pin shot build use Heartseeker? There's a real strong pin build. Oh yeah, of course it is, but it uses Blaze Shift. That's because Blaze Shift helps proc the trick shot legendary node. Tricks of the trade, which is an additional 25% multiplier. Since you're already the build pretty much has you playing close anyway, so be able to get a good shot. Blaze Shift just makes sense. Faster combo point stacking as well as 25% multiplier because you're using the cut through skill before using the marksman skill. That's why. So, and in terms of pushing is concerned, Blaze Shift makes way more sense. Now for speed farming, you can totally do Heartseeker if you wanted. Should you salvage or sell junk at the start? You should salvage at the start. Oledu. Yeah. I think I did everything here. Let's not make bad skills good. I see how this feels now. I'm sure I'm missing something, and I'm gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I forgot the something." I just can't think of what it is right now. Wait, I'm missing something. Okay, no, that's not it. No, I'm not missing anything. I think we're all Gucci. Yeah, no, I'm not missing anything. I think we'll find out. I guess basic skill. Nah, I'm doing inner sight. that hurt. That's so much CC. I keep forgetting I have concealment and like I never use it. I'm out of energy. This was way different than playing Barrage. It looks like. Kind of odd. It actually took quite a bit longer than I was expecting it to. Then again, like I don't really do any damage until like precision procs. So the natural rapid fire having a much longer animation doesn't help that case. Arrow storms just seems like a fun side thing. Really wasn't it really wasn't useful throughout that entire exchange there. Also a banger song. We'll go again. Amazing song. It's also one of the few songs where like the edited version is actually good. Like the edited version doesn't really take away from the song, which is very rare. Yeah. You running Zir? You want to join? No, I'm good. I don't have anything I need from Zir. I'm also not spec to fight Zir at the moment anyway. This definitely isn't something I would run versus Zir. The urinating bill. I mean, just call it the R. Kelly spec. I mean, let's just be transparent with it. we ain't gotta, tiptoe around it. It is what it is. You can't unsee it. I've heard this band. Oh, you got that from the Eminem song, right? The new Eminem song. When he made a joke, yeah. That was like one of the best lines in that song. That's like maybe like the second or third best line he had in that song. It was so good when he said that. I'm just like, oh my god, did he really just say that? Oh man. Am I remembering things wrong, or isn't the radio edit of WAP dirtier than the original? I don't know. Good question. Days. No Diddy though, right? Right, Days? No Diddy. Oh, really? Interesting concept, man, but this is difficult to enjoy. Disposition was going on. Do you know if Lucky hit chance to day stacks on tempering? Yes. Yeah, why do you want others? Yeah, stagger. Stagger is pretty important because you don't, like, especially on the rogue and also Sorc also, and we don't really do any damage to bosses until they're staggered because we have a lot of damage multipliers that requires the enemies to be crowd controlled. So bosses that are not staggered or not crowd controlled. So that's a problem generally. So yeah. The radio version of WAP is wet and gushy. Like, what? I don't think I ever heard the radio version of it before. Gilbert got fired version of WAP is the go. Oh, got fried. Sorry. Actually, I've never heard of that one. That version either. I'm still waiting for like some Weird Al parodies of some of these songs. Like, what do you think Weird Al would do for a song like WAP? White and pasty. Well, he's really got white and nerdy, right? Instead of red and dirty, white and nerdy. So I don't know. Like that would work if you didn't already have that song, or if you already didn't have the other. You could use the acronym. Yeah. True. White and purdy. He's a fine quarterback. Just an Alabama remix. Alright. I don't really know what else I can do with this, honestly, guys. The concept is neat, but man, it does not feel good to play. And it was actually taking longer to get through than playing just Intersight Barrage. I guess in this case scenario, maybe if I had a better bow. If I have a better bow. But then again, weapon mastery is better with the crossbow, man. I guess I can just do a direct swap and then try again. See how I feel. Twisting his sanity, what's going on, man? It's funny. Oh, you know that what was that commercial with the, I forgot the other guy's name, but there's a commercial with Jokic, and they were at a hotel or whatever with the pony or whatever, and it was like during the NBA playoffs and finals that commercial was playing a lot, and like you had like the piano playing in like the background, and like the guy was like, yo, this is great, you know, two guys and like a, you know, a horse or whatever, right? And he's like, it's not a horse, it's a pony. And then like he looked at each other, and the other person looked at each other, or looked at the other person, right? And then like it was clever, but I didn't recognize it until later. But they were playing Genuine's Pony in the background, like on the piano, like very subtle. I didn't pick up on that until like late. It wasn't Murray. I forgot the other guy. It was a commercial that always played on like during the NBA playoffs or whatever. Gordon, yeah. Yeah, it was good commercial. I just didn't really. I didn't pick up on like the finer details of that commercial until late.
Time to do that.
Bro, I can't not see this build for what it is, man. Especially like long distance releases or whatever. With the trajectory of like how the arrows land. This felt slightly better, but
Time to do that.
I'm out of energy. I want to hover on my gear. My gear is pretty potato. I'm sure you know. Even hoarding cure gears, you have no use for it. 2 GA weapons. You can keep it. I mean, I appreciate it, but I mean, I don't think I'll be doing too much of anything serious the rest of the season. So like, I'm not as. I actually would rather find them just so I have something to do. If that makes sense. But I do appreciate it. All right. I think I have my fair share of experimentation. Let's go back to my Heartseeker for a little bit. Like the last hour of what I'm going to stream. Yeah, I was just waiting for season 5 and the Blizzard event. These aren't the right bids, are they? Okay, no, I think I got everything. Let's move to my other character. But I mean, that's the thing. I'm actually thinking about what I'm gonna do for like not the next week, but probably the week after next. I'm thinking probably start doing dual game streams per se. Play a little bit of D4, but then play like Hades 2 on the back end kind of thing. The back end of the stream. Kind of like how I did last season where I played some Diablo 4 and then I would play like what was it? What did I play a lot of last season? Returnal, I think it was. Roguelike games. Those were fun.
Wear the stars around your neck.
Speaking of which, though, I probably could use. You know, I just realized this jeweler is apparently like cloaked. I don't say cloaked, but like, you know, like this little like stone transmog thing. I wonder what the oh, stone cursed. Okay, so she's stone cursed. Okay, never actually like looked at it like that close. I'm like, oh, there is actually something up with it. Oh, the other song, old school song, yes. I play a lot of like 90s hits as well. I try to do a little bit of everything in terms of my playlist, but 90s is probably the biggest part of my playlist. I think at least 90s takes up about like maybe half of the playlist. The playlist is like pretty large. We're talking about like half. We're talking about like a 1,800 songs, somewhere around that range for stream. Guess we gotta go to Kyo, Chad. I respect that. If you change your mind, just check if they have 2 GA bow and 1-handers. Offer stands if you ever want to take me up on it, but no pressure either way. I appreciate it though. I do. I might yeah, I'll let you know. The chances are I probably won't, but if I come across something and I want to have the gear really fast to test something or figure out something, then I may actually go your way. Never know, but small chance. Gorthro, what's going on? She's stoned. Leave her alone. Oh man. What's great? Oh yeah, gamble. Also want to try to see if I can get a better thing. Hold on, Malice. It's pretty awful. Just a ring. Actually, I have a better ring now. I have a ring with the GA lucky hit. Just make enemies vulnerable. I almost want to trade out for that, but I don't think so. I don't think I can because it doesn't have cold resist. So I'm screwed.
Until next time.
Yeah. So try. Okay, we got 135 Angel Breath. So let's see if we can better roll Malice or I guess even Exploit plus 1x. Precision and Ember unit. I'm gonna spend the rest of my season trying to go for a better Malice. 4+2 hit roll. Literally, I'm gonna be spending the rest of my gold and Angel Rest for the next season trying to get a perfect roll. Did 133 Andaria, but it was a pain. What's the highest that anyone's done with Andario so far? Just legit out of curiosity. 42 or something. I'm 35 for you. Telemaniac, what's going on? New to the stream? Welcome. What rogue build am I going? I play several different types of rogue builds. Past couple of days has been something different. I was doing rapid fire earlier and barrage earlier too. I was doing inner sight as well. Look at the inner sight. Oh, what was my? Wait a minute. Was that on cooldown? It shouldn't have been. Anyways, yeah, I was doing inner sight barrage and rapid fire earlier. Playing some Heartseeker until for the rest of my stream, I guess. I forgot to use. Right, it feels like it's been a while since I played Heartseeker. I'm messing up my combos and everything. Also got unlucky twice to get champion mobs around my elites. There you go. Yep. That's what it should have happened the first couple of elites. Ow, that hurt. On 43 Andy, but gonna be buffed. What do you mean by that exactly? You mean like next season? Keep in mind, pits are going to be rebalanced, so we don't know what a 143 is going to be like. So we can't, don't look at the current pit levels and think that we're going to be doing the same. We're going to be stronger but have the same pit balance, because we're not. Why am I having a hard time right now? I usually don't have a hard time, this much of a hard time. Yeah, what is, huh? Let me check something. This is only a 120. Open map for Rogue? What do you mean? Either that or am I just that rusty? This. Hold on. My numbers didn't seem off, so I don't think it's anything I changed or did. Huh. Everyone dies. I mean, yeah, but I still should have. But now I guess I shouldn't have left that, because now if I do it again, I'm gonna get a different mob type, and I can't get an accurate representation of what I was feeling. Derp moment. Huh? I mean, I got everything. Maybe I'm just bad. Could be I'm just bad. That's a good explanation. Everything's Everything's where it should be. Yeah, this is a way easier mob type.
Need more time. Need more time.
Well, that took a little longer than I wanted it to.
Need more time. Needs time to recharge.
I'm gonna be honest. I honestly can't wait for them to fix Victimize next season. Get rid of the double dipping and just give us more base damage to the Victimize key passive. This whole kind of like you deal a bunch of damage or you deal no damage gets old. Nick Slater with the prime, appreciate you. Chat, I have negative 0.5% fire rest. That's good, right? That is the opposite of good. In fact, I think if you're running the aspect of elements, if you're on the fire cycle, it'd probably kill you. Just the heat from the aura of the fire cycle would just kill you. Like that's how bad your fire resistance are right now. The world boss in 330. Season 5 Rogue is gonna be top 2, I think. Still way too early to tell. Lots and lots of things are gonna change between the PTR and live. So sure, Rogue's gotten a lot of new toys, but having new toys doesn't necessarily mean power per se. And there's gonna be a lot of stat rebalancing, number rebalancing, and whatnot. So we'll see. Rogues will be top 10 for sure. I can, yeah, that's a fair statement. Top 10 for sure. At least top 15, right? Very minimum. You're still alive?
It needs time to recharge.
1000% in the top 20. Yeah. After playing Rapid Fire for a bit, man, at least the combo point Rapid Fire, the cold or what, I do miss not having my damage be so freaking radical. Or, you know, one end of the spectrum or the other. I either deal a ton of damage or I deal no damage on Heartseeker. This is a good song too. The album.
Need more time. Need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Oh, Waller. That's a pretty good value out of power traps there. Couple of 23, 24 mil hit crits. don't know. I think I like if Rapid Fire feels a little better next season. Like let's say if Skyhunter actually becomes good, I might actually start with Rapid Fire over Heartseeker. Well, actually, I don't know. Don't know. That's a big top. So I'm so sorry to hear what you have to share after the Blizzard trip. Gonna be good. I do, however, also know you guys have some good feedback to share there then. So I can't talk about anything that I hear on a trip until the 18th. So I can tell you I'm going. I can tell you I'm playing the expansion on the 12th, but I can't tell you anything about it until the 18th. So I'll be under NDA and all that stuff until then. Embargo. Happy Murica Day. Same to you, man. Good night. Using dagger or sword. It doesn't matter. My swords roll better than my daggers, so I'm using swords. So you can talk about. I could talk about what I read. Well, I mean, I could talk about what's out there now, but I can't give you any new information from what I've experienced on July 12th until the 18th. Like I won't be able to give you like any juicy intel. Like I could probably give you like on the surface stuff, like, you know, was it fun? You know, is it good? I can give you very surface level stuff, but I can't give you any like, you know, like you know, features or stuff they haven't talked about in terms of content or, you know, those kind of things until the embargo's lifted. DMX. Get to another human being, but what if the chat is from Mars? NDA doesn't extend to Martians. I mean, you got a point there, actually. That is a interesting loophole, I'm sure. Not being able to tell anyone would most likely be speaking about Earthlings, right? Human beings. Martians wouldn't be considered humans, so yeah, I guess that's a kind of a loophole. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. They're still alive. Can I talk about the food? Yeah, probably. I'm almost thinking I should probably spec out of, like, if I want to do 120s instead of 115s, I probably should spec out of Share Misery. Only just because if I want to try to do the big hits, I don't want them to be crowd control before I do my combo, because then I'll spend more time. They'll have a higher chance of being unstoppable or whatever before I kill them. If this was like 115s, the different story, because then they won't have a chance to be unsettable because they'll be dead by then. But if I want to try to do faster 120s, I might have to spec out of that. So I either like explode them real quick, like in a couple of seconds, or it takes like 10 seconds. It's like almost no in between. In D4, you can be richer than Elon Musk. They're gonna prep a food NDA now, you think? Who is it? Tryhard was up. It said my attack power says 120,000, but I'm definitely not getting it. I'm guessing because all the damage I have in your gear. Should I get rid of damage and focus on vulnerable damage instead? Depends on the build you're playing, Tryhard. For one, your attack power doesn't matter at all. It's a very inflated stat, or deflated stat, just depending on what build you're playing, and it doesn't accurately represent your damage because a lot of your damage is coming from multipliers, and basically everything that pretty much involves your attack power is usually additive damage outside of like maybe dexterity and like 1 or 2 other outliers. So you never want to boost this, or like I would say never want to boost this. You don't want to go off of this reading. So if you're building trying to make that higher, then that's not scaling your damage as much as you think it is. You have Heartseekers as well. The best way to do this, try hard, is do exclamation mark build, because if you're playing Heartseeker, I have a Maxroll guide for you. I will follow that in terms of building around that versus trying to take percent damage and scale this, because that's not going to help you at all whatsoever. He said get him out of here. No, leave him for a sec. I want to see if he has like a follow up. Let him stay for a little bit. I've heard that one before, by the way. So yeah, so my items, which ones? That's good. What? Okay. Dodge or life or grinding? I tend to favor life over dodge, but that's just me. But to answer your question, veteran, I mean, trees are generally, I don't think I've ever been wronged by a tree before. So, I'd probably a tree. Then again, like trees and animals, actually, trees and dogs, trees and animals, tend to be very nice. People not so much. It's a Paragon tree. Tree, yeah. Okay, Paragon trees are have been pretty awful. I'll give you that. Also, killer song. Can I show you your item? Like you said, item or items? Anyone interested in Uber Duriel? I don't have anything to kill him for. Pursuit was going on. You said, did you see Woody's video where he talked about how rare the passive rolls are when enchanting? Yeah, Ava found out. Ava did some testing or whatever, and like found out the values, and then kind of like gave feedback straight to Blizzard about it and why they're so like stupidly low. Yeah, it's so bad. Hopefully they'll fix it next season. But it is so bad right now. Dad, do I have any of the pin shot stuff stashed away you want to sell or trade for? Actually, no. I think I told myself I wasn't going to play pin shot for the rest of the season, so I don't have any. Literally anything. I did try some pin shot earlier this season, and I was just like, nah. Because like I knew when I did try that like I would never have good enough gear to make it work. Like even decently okay. So I just kind of got rid of it. Yeah, I knew early on I guess would never have the you know what's necessary to make it run good. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? Here's what I'm gonna do. Actually no, I can't do it that way, can I? Nope. Actually, you know what? We're gonna do it anyways. Sell kittens with the gift of sub. Appreciate you. Gifted 111 subs in the channel. Nuts. To Shrek. Apparently. Shrek enjoys the vibes here, I'm sure. Who was it? Shrek? Was it Big Bird? Medium Steak apparently likes to stream. Half of them to Shrek. How's it going? Selge. Where are my penitent greaves at? There you is. Oh yeah, I had the problem with the armor again. That's why I can't do it. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna do it anyways. We're gonna do it anyways. We're doing it.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
Doing it. Don't care. I'm gonna be under armor cap. We're doing it. Bro, you don't have. I took out a second mortgage on the house. Could take about 900 million gold to get a passport. Yeah. Yep. Like I said, yeah, it's ridiculous. It is like really ridiculous. Penitent Yeezys. I hate this map so much. Everything is so like claustrophobic. Kind of liking the Pen of Greaves though. You're doing it. Ow. Is that lightning damage or what? Or did he just clock me with that thing? It's just my favorite map. Any map that's open. Any map that I can move around, honestly. Like a map like this is good. Because I can move. But I got that like champion in like the middle. Oops. I got stunned by a snake. Bro, this checkpoint though.
I need more time.
In the old days, we call those Uber Air Ring of Jordans. Is any armor past 9,230 worth it? Nope. Sure isn't. Man. Tell you what though, not being armor cap versus snakes is a really bad idea. Also, why are they still? How did they take so much damage? And this checkpoint, oh man, and my gear is broken. You know what? I went from being it went from being a really good run to a really bad run towards the back end of it. You have 17k armor right now. Why? Why so much armor?
I can't do that here.
That's so much. Like you can get rid of like 2 or 3 rolls easily. Flashbacks to the abattoirs here, sure. That juggernaut aspect doing you dirty. I think I already said it, but I'm gonna say it again, man. I cannot wait until they get rid of double dipping on Heartseeker. Make triple dipping. How come I'm looking forward to it? Because Heartseeker or anything Victimize related, you either do a ton of damage or you do no damage. There is very little in between. So if you double dip, you gain a bunch of damage, like you hit hard. If all your double dip multipliers don't go off, which usually requires crowd control of some sort, then you know, you'll do a lot of damage if you got your double dip multipliers happening. But if you don't, or whatever like that, you're doing no damage. So like, there's a big there's a big difference between your your damage output. And so, to put it bluntly, when you're speed farming or you're trying to speed farm, like let's say higher tiers or whatever like that, what stops you more often than anything is where the monsters are located. So like, let's say you do your combo, right? But let's say like 2 elites are outside of your cow traps out of the 4. Well, now you're screwed because only part of them are going to get the double dip damage. The others are not, but they're going to become unstoppable before you can kill them. And since all your damage is coming through all of the double dips, then your regular damage is pretty peanuts comparatively. So that's why sometimes it takes you either like destroy them in like one swoop or whatever, or it takes you kind of for like a while to actually kill them. And that's because, well, do they have all the double dip multipliers on them? If the answer is no, it's going to take you longer to clear. If the answer is yes, you pop them in like a couple of seconds. So your damage is very, very inconsistent. Although, by the way, so I can't do this. I can't do these models without being armor capped. So we're gonna have to fix that. So I don't know if anyone likes that. Like, does anyone like? I mean, granted, don't get me wrong, Heartseeker is strong, but like, you like it when it's strong and all your multipliers are happening. You don't like it when the multipliers aren't happening, right? But I think I've gotten more people questioning is like, how come I don't deal a certain amount of damage, or how come my damage isn't as high as yours, or et cetera, et cetera. And I have to explain, like, oh, do you have all your double dip multipliers activated? When you do a lot of damage. When you don't do much damage at all. So you have that big gap between it. And so you get rid of the double dipping, you no longer have that humongous gap of multiplier damage happening. And then they're raising the base floor of victimized too as well by 50%. So while your top end damage drops a little bit, your damage is way more consistent. So like, you're not just relying on crowd control stuff to deal decent damage, or multipliers and double dipping to deal decent damage. Your victimized will actually deal okay damage without that stuff. So that's why I can't wait till they fix it, because now, you don't have the, oh, I just popped the elites in 3 hits, or it took me 20 hits to kill them. So there's that. Does that make sense? All right, so how do I get armor? The Unknown Noble, appreciate the follow. I don't have any extra tempers to try. I really don't have any extra tempers to try. No, I know I don't. Any of these. Otherwise, I really would do penitent grease, but I guess I can't because I can't cap my armor without. Yeah, I can't cap my armor. I guess I could roll armor on this. But I don't have any more Angel Breath right now, do I? Bet you I don't, watch. Nope, don't have enough. So I couldn't even do it if I wanted to. Alright, I guess we're gonna have to go back to regular boot. I think it's this one, isn't it? Yeah, it's this one. Popping an elixir on Heartseeker? Anything but the advantage? Like, the lucky hit and chance and the attack speed one, definitely not worth taking Penitent Grease for. I feel like that's a step backwards versus a step forward. See, so right here. So you see that all of my double multipliers work right there, and everything was bunched up for it to all like pop. As soon as that doesn't happen, you're kind of screwed, or you get like this champion mob in the mix, but you can't pop right away, and then all of a sudden these guys are going to be crowd control soon, or sorry, immune soon. I guess he was all right. Okay, can I get them bunched? Oh. Unstoppable now. Yeah. That scenario. Terrible map with even the worst mob type. But they survived the initial pop. Of course. How long has it been since I was last year? I'm very bearded now. I just been lazy and not shaving, basically. pretty bad. I need a haircut too. Like it's like awful. I don't really interact with society anyway right now because I'm still at home trying to recover. Keyword trying. So I'm basically like a caveman at the moment. Am I feeling a lot better? No. I feel like I'm actually regressing, not progressing. And I mean that in like a serious way. But I can't see my surgeon to speak with them directly until the 23rd. So I'm having to kind of suffer through it until then and kind of tell them, hey, by that time it would be like 12 weeks post surgery. So hopefully they can find out what's actually going on. Ain't no way. Well, I mean, I guess I'm in the 1 to 2% or 4% of people who don't fully recover in 4 to 6 weeks after a surgery like this. So we'll figure out what's going on, whether that's like nerve damage or mesh not settling the way it needs to, or who knows what it can be. Are you kidding me? That last hit crowd controlled me after I had my shadow step on cooldown. If I try to incorporate shadow clone, it's a bad skill. Pretty much the worst skill in the rogue arsenal. Like it doesn't do anything it says it does. I'll put it that way. But the note says he put in some Diablo pit snakes in there and he's patching me out, really. I'm a contrarian. I'm gonna find a way to make Shadow Clone work because everyone else thinks it's true. I don't think it's just the think part of it. It's just so the problem is that stuff just don't work with it. Like it's not a matter of people are just underutilizing it because it's not that good. The problem is that it doesn't do anything it's supposed to do. You're not getting. It's not doing 80% of your damage. It doesn't get almost any of your multipliers. It doesn't work with a lot of things. It derps quite often, not hitting targets. Period. It's just that it's just a fail skill in general that you can't even make like do anything that you wanted to do. That's the problem. I'm all for like non-meta setups and things. Like I kind of do a lot of the same things here where I kind of go against the mold and stuff. But there are just some skills that have zero like worth. In fact, actually going Shadow Clone or putting Shadow Clone on your bar is like negative DPS. Because any skill you could have put there would be more beneficial than Shadow Clone itself. In every single way possible. Hope they prove it in the future. We've been asking them to every season. Every season. You love to use Grasp of Shadow too. Yeah, that's even worse than the actual Shadow clone itself. Unfortunately. Like you face what's going on. He said chronic pain is a butt. It is. I mean, this is my first time I ever had major surgery, and you know, my first experience. Yeah. But I'll just put it that way. Bro, you knew what this was. You knew what this was, Leggy. You knew what this was. Only 100? Oh, wait. It didn't even go through. It's got a cooldown. This is stream of luck. What I'm gonna do? Let's try something a little different. This is how we're gonna have to do it anyways next season. Shared. Oh wow, I can't even spells. That's right. I only win duels with like numbers that require a comma.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
You can have that.
My hammer sings on your return.
What season is it at the moment? Season 4. Next season is August 8th. I believe. Should be called a grass of straws because that's what it feels like using it. No crowd control, or I mean, untouchable, immune.
Need more time.
bad spot.
That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work.
No, champ mob. I really hate champ mobs, but I wonder like if they could make a change to them, what would it be? Because like they are kind of interesting in terms of like what they how they work and what they make you do. But I also feel like I feel like they have too much of an impact. I feel like they do the job too well, considering how difficult it is to actually kill them. And having two of them also is just the same thing. I think one is already a hassle, but two, and when they were separated, oof. Just killed me. Gotta do anything for July 4th? No, not really. I kind of just chilled and relax. I guess it's kind of like same thing I do every day, I guess. But I stayed away from the computer. I didn't like go online and do anything. I just like stayed on the couch and watched TV. Well, right now in your first pit today, you get Shaco. Shaco in your first one, your first pit.
Hello. Greetings.
That's very nice. All right, this will be my last run tonight. No one-on-one. Oh, okay. So you don't play shooter games, do you? Like you don't play like first-person shooters or third-person shooters or anything? Still alive? Do I follow guys or do you make your own builds? I make my own personal builds, and I also make like builds for Maxroll. Like I'm one of the rogue guide writers for Maxroll, GG. So I write builds for the public as well as for myself. And he's just such a champion-friendly build, though. There are several builds in the game that just have a really tough time dealing with champion mobs. And, like, there's just no... A lot of times there's just no counterplay to them other than just hope that stuff hits where it should. Like, especially builds that, like, can't specifically target the champion mob. Like, you have to kind of just hope that whatever it is that you're using can randomly hit the champion in the case. Like, those builds suffer a lot. So I just think the counterplay, or for actually quite a few setups, I think it's just kind of harsh, considering that you can't really outplay it on some setups, on a lot of setups. This victimized Heartseeker, yes. What up, Bramble? Oh, really? I feel like that was like a miserable run on like the back end. Like the first map was fine, and then the second map was. So I'm looking at Mippy and Sanctum's build for pen shot, and they're very different. Mippy hasn't updated since May. Suggestions. Yeah, I think. Well, yeah, Mippy hasn't. Yeah, Mippy hasn't really done anything with pen shot or shadow step on Maxroll really. On either one of those. But yeah. That was also around the time where Mippy was like doing a lot of pushing on the hit leaderboards. So I think he was like spending a lot of his time doing that. And then once that was done, he kind of took a break. So he hasn't really been around much. But yeah, the Maxroll pin shots build is pretty outdated, especially since, I mean, it's got like cow trap size on there still too as well. But yeah, they are different because it hasn't really been updated. Do I play first-person shooters or TPS? Not really. Not really, but I am thinking about playing the first Descendant, just like off-stream, like fun. I'm thinking about it. Do I have a layout with my Zat gear? Yeah. It's on Maxroll. Play Splatoon. I love Splatoon. It's like Splatoon is definitely one of my favorite shooters. But Marv, do exclamation mark build. Yeah, I look like I really do like Splatoon. I was I didn't actually, to be honest with you, I have not played much Splatoon 3, but I played a hell of a lot of Splatoon 2. Now, Marv, once you do so, don't go to the video guide because that's like pretty old. Do the Maxroll guide, and then on the Maxroll guide, go to there's variations. Go to dioxide setup, and then you'll see like what I'm actually playing. And it's basically the gear is practically identical. You say I should play First Ascendant on stream. So here's a problem, Donovan, unfortunately, with that. So like, because, well, I guess it is a looter per se, but it's still a pretty different genre. Like, it's hard to keep decent numbers while playing a different game in most cases, right? Like, my audience is mostly Diablo 4. I'm not saying that some people here wouldn't mind watching me play other games, but like, I would lose like 3/4 of my audience at the moment if I choose to play like the First Ascendant like the next week or so. Like, it's just it's like a natural thing. So like, I'm not a variety streamer in a sense, so most of my audience isn't gonna follow me wherever I go. So, but I know that, and because I know that, it's one of those things that it's like, am I willing to take that hit and then have Twitch kind of like, you know, ruin my algorithm for a bit in terms of trying to get back into the, you know, the growth part of my stream or whatever, or do I just play because I want to, in a sense? Now, if the game is like really, really, really good, like something I really, really enjoy, like Hades, then I don't care. Like I did, like, what was it? I think it was like 2 seasons ago, like season 2 or whatever. I played like Hades, like on the back end of season 2 for the of Diablo 4, because the game was just that good that I was just like, all right, I'll just take the hit. Doesn't really matter. Returnal was another one. Where it's just like, I really, really, really like the game, so I'm gonna stream and play it. The First Ascendant, I don't know, so. How do I feel about Scout? Oh, sorry, Ojin. Sorry, I guess that's your question. How do I feel about Scoundrel's Kiss? You hate the mortar mechanics? I don't like it either. I've been very vocal about how I felt about Scoundrel's Kiss. I prefer the traditional rapid fire, and I hate that they kind of seemingly ruined it for the foreseeable future in terms of mechanically. It's better. I mean, I'll put it this way. Like, they've been doing better at making it feel better by increasing the AoE and kind of changing like how the arrow lands and stuff. So it's been more tolerable. But in my opinion, mechanically, it'll still never feel as good as the just regular rapid fire, honestly. Yeah, I agree with you. Like, they should just remove the lob and just keep the exploding arrows and make the ricochets explode as well. But yeah, it is what it is. Is mouse okay for rapid fire? Weapon mastery, definitely. Definitely weapon mastery is better. Mouse is okay, but weapon mastery will definitely be better for rapid fire, especially if you're using the crossbow. Almost no comparison there. Versus Sentence wasn't for you. It's okay to watch, but doesn't feel very good while playing it. I don't really play many shooters, so I don't even know what it will feel like to me. But I like looters, so. That makes sense. Make it pull though, see if people will watch. Well, I guess the thing is Donovan, is that like it's not even. I'm not big enough of a content creator for me to make a poll to see if anyone's gonna like people, like the amount of people that will participate in that poll will be very little. Like if I was like someone that like averaged like maybe 1,000 views a stream, a poll like that would kind of make more sense. But like at my view count, no, definitely not. But I already know, like if I'm averaging like, let's say, because like right now towards the back end of the season, I'm maybe averaging about 100 viewers right now, concurrent viewers, which is actually pretty decent for my channel size. I was averaging about almost 400 roughly at some point. Frost. That name looks familiar. What am I doing? We'll leave there. But yeah. I'm gonna play the same music I'm in. Seasons are always good for growth. Usually, yeah. Warframe was really fun for a long time. 3 years as a looter shooter. I actually never played Warframe. I actually wanted to, but I never got in. I never found the time to kind of try to get into it. So okay, is what. Also, is season 5 exciting at all? I'm not getting any hype for it. All it seems to be for the expansion. I think so. Right now, I think just people weren't happy with how the PTR went. That's kind of the problem. The PTR was bad. So because the PTR was horrible, there's very little hype for season 5. That makes sense. Too many things were broken. Couldn't really test much of anything. We couldn't find the gear to be able to test the gear that was actually broken and stuff. So there was just a lot of things that just wasn't working correctly. That just wasn't fun. So that had more to do with it in terms of, like, I guess you say for content creators in general, like none of us really enjoy the PTR for season 5. But I think season 5, the thing about it is that like once everything is fixed and they change on the numbers and stuff, see, I think season 5 would be fine, but there's no hype going into it because the PTR was terrible. That's kind of the issue at the moment. I don't know why I stood right there and just let them shoot me. Am I depending on a lucky hit to trigger the Frizz Finesse? Well, yeah, I mean, you depending on like you hit the trigger the freeze utility, which also triggers the frigid finesse, etc. Also, your smoke grenade can kind of do it too as well with decent enough lucky hit chance from the frostbitten aspect. So you kind of get a little bit of both there. I feel like this has been kind of a bad run too. I actually don't mind the cold shooting spiders. I wish the projectiles were a little more visual, I guess. I feel like they kind of blend into the environment. On like in some environments, making it harder to see how many projectiles are getting shot or getting thrown at you. That's kind of my main gripe with them, to be honest.
That's not gonna work.
Is it bad? You get some buster so you can get some new gear. I think the Lord Zier thing is still a thing, isn't it? He's dropping like really good gear still. Ah, this is so bad. Is that the who shot your sample on this beat? Yes, it is. It is. Donovan, you there still? Obviously, I hate that streamers get pigeonholed like that from playing games they like to play because of algorithms stuff they're trying to growth. I mean, it kind of is what it is, and like it's like I mean, you can say algorithm, but the thing about it is that they're gonna, Twitch and YouTube are gonna look at numbers and likes and stuff, and oh well, they didn't do as well at this point in time, so and then they're gonna see like a consistent thing or whatever, and then like just kind of get pushed towards the. Or you get pushed out or towards the bottom or whatnot. That's just kind of what it is. Marv with the sub appreciation, man. But I think at the end of the day though, like when you're streaming something, like you're technically streaming, you're providing I don't want to say a service, but like a product, basically. Like streamer is providing content on a specific product or whatever that people either enjoy or they don't enjoy. So if people are looking for a said product, they look for the product first, and then they find the streamer that they like the product or that they like that is presenting the product that they want to consume the most, right? And they might have several people that they might like to consume the product from. So if you're not, you know, providing said product, then some people who are there for the product may not stick around for the presenter of the product unless they really like the presenter. See what I'm saying? So like, and there are people who will. Like there are people who will. It's like, oh, okay, well, I come here enough to where I like his vibes no matter what he plays, what he streams. Like there are people who are like that, but that usually isn't the majority, right? More of the people who come in who might be newer, who don't really know you that well yet, so they don't really have that ties of, oh, you know, Doc's not streaming tonight, you know, this is my late night hangout kind of thing. You might have some new people who come in who is looking for D4 content, who hasn't made that connection with you, and then you play a different game, all of a sudden they're not there because they don't know you like that yet. See what I'm saying? A better way of putting it is, let's say you go and you meet up, you know, you meet a friend at a bar, or you meet people at a bar. You go to a bar, you know, you chill with them or whatever like that, but you only been chilling with them for, you know, at that bar for maybe a week or so. And you meet a few people, and then next thing you know, they say, oh, hey, guess what? You know, let's go to a different bar. Or instead of, you know, hanging out here, let's go somewhere else. Let's just go to a different bar, different environment. You're less likely to go because you've only known them for about a week. Roughly. But if you've been chilling with that person or those people for about a good 6-7 months, you know, and like you've established like a pretty cool relationship with them, and they say, hey, we should go check out this other bar, you're more likely to go because you know, because you're cool with them at that point. At that point, you're there for the atmosphere and less for the bar that you're at versus the other way around. So it's kind of like that in a sense. The people who know me for a while will come by and stop by and check out when I'm playing. They might not stay for long, or they might, who knows, but they'll at least stop by and say hi because they want to see the streamer. So I totally understand how it works and why it works the way it does. At the same time, I have to think about, you know, do I want to do that, or do I want to put myself through that? Knowing what it can do in a sense. you know what I mean? So some like Norman online. But that's probably the best way I can really, like, you know, describe it in a sense, like in the way that we, you know, I guess normalize social activity, I guess. Thanks for answering my questions. Most of Maxroll guys don't answer me, but not most. 3 of them don't answer. I try to answer as much as I possibly can in chat. It'd be weird if I was streaming and whatnot and like don't chat with my chat, which is, you know, supporting the stream, I guess. You know what I'm saying? It'd be kind of weird. It's like the people who make the stream a reality, I don't, you know, communicate with, would be really awkward in my opinion. Yeah, if I miss a question, it's because I didn't see it, not because I didn't want to answer. It seems like season 5 isn't a building block, more of a gimmick. I actually kind of like the new in-game mode. Honestly, if they do some tuning to it, which obviously they will, I think it can be kind of fun, because it's definitely different than Pit and different than Gauntlet. So I think there's a real potential there. But obviously on PTR it was kind of, well, you know, not great. Not good. But I did enjoy it. The rewards were terrible, and some of the boons that you pick were just kind of like, why? But it was PTR. I'm expecting better. Yeah, I mean it was far from rewarding. But for what it was, I like that it was different than Pit and Gauntlet. if I have more of a reason to do it, then I feel good about actually doing that, and feel like it's, you know, okay, I don't have to do piss right now. I can just do this, or gauntlet or whatever. Actually, no one's really talking about gauntlet at all. Like, does anyone even do gauntlet anymore? Like, I swear I haven't heard anyone type the word gauntlet in like weeks. Weeks or almost a month now. I called it though. Y'all remember, right? Y'all remember way back when Gauntlet first appeared, came out, or whatnot. After about the first week, I called it. For those who were here, I'm just like, I don't think. I mean, unless they make some pretty big adjustments, I don't think this is gonna. This is gonna like pop off. Like, it's just not. It's just not. When it starts to become about and based around shrines, which is exactly what it was this first iteration, people are just going to try for about a good, you know, maybe a week or two, and then that's kind of it. But now you hardly hear anything about it at all. You think there needs to be more reason to do Durio or Andy runs? I actually don't know how to answer that. I think there are very specific uniques that drop from those two. So I mean, there are reasons to do it. In terms of continuing to do it, I mean, generally they have the highest Uber drop rates out of all the bosses. But Lord Zier seems to be doing that right now for whatever reason. So I don't know if that's intentional. It seems like it's bugged. Like, Zier is giving out more items and, you know, Ubers than the others. So I think if that wasn't the case, then you have more reason to do Durio and Andes. But who knows what happened with Zier and why he's being more generous with some of those items. But I think honestly, I wish there was more of a feat for some of these torment bosses. Because initially they were supposed to be really hard to beat. They eventually became pretty easy to beat once you taken the meta build and you kind of, you know, got it pretty decently going. But the whole purpose was supposed to be like a challenge, something that takes a while, and then you get like really, really rewarded for doing so. I think now the tormented bosses are just basically the new replacements of the other bosses where you just farm them quickly. As long as, you know, someone in your party has like a really good build, you just destroy them. So now the torment bosses are now the new regular standard. They just require Stygian stones now. So like they went from being like a challenging thing to just being a pushover again for builds that are like really strong. And I know that for the majority of the player base, that isn't the reality for them. Not everyone's gonna have a super min-max build, right? Like, so I can't necessarily say that what you see online or in the internet or whatever like that is the normal experience, because I'm pretty sure like over 90% of players are not just destroying these torment bosses. But what is happening is that like the people who aren't destroying these bosses like that can easily group up with people who can, and then it just becomes like the challenge is gone in a sense. So even if you can't do it, you can always group with someone who can, and so the purpose behind them being harder kind of just, you know, loses the value. And say, hey, this is not the Heartseeker build I have a Maxroll, right? It is. It is. What makes you think it's not, or what makes you feel like, that it's not? The opposite. So I think that the product you offer is needed in many games, so you can use cool, smart people to bring something community, even if it is for a little bit. But yeah, it's definitely more of a selfish thing because it's easier for someone to watch people they know play a new game than it is to watch people they don't know play a new game. Because you have no point of reference. Yeah, it's kind of about it is. I saw concealment there. That's why I'm asking. So if you look on the Maxroll build, right? Look on the Maxroll guide. If you go under variations, there are several setups, right? At the very, very end of that, there's a setup called Dioxide setup. So I happen to be playing Dioxide setup, which is practically the same thing, just a bit more glacier and then poison trap instead of concealment. I think if someone changes one support skill, it doesn't change the entire build. Like there's 6, like if you're playing, like let's say you're playing Heartseeker, but you don't have Heartseeker on your bar and you have Puncture instead. Yeah, at that point it's a different build, right? That's probably a different setup. But like if you're, let's say I chose to not do dash and instead I chose to do concealment, right? Concealment and poison trap instead of dash. It's still Heartseeker at its core. Like it's still very similar. There's nothing that it does the exact same thing. I'm just changing support skill, like a support skill, right? But yeah. But yeah, that slot can pretty much be anything you want. Concealment, combo point Flurry, Death Trap, Poison Trap, anything except Shadow Clone can kind of go there. If it's challenging thing and you don't get the super reward, that's devastating. Well, I get that. But guess what? I think the rewards should have been upped and they should be even more challenging. But there's always that balance though, because like if it's too challenging, then people will, complain that they can't do it, or do it early. But they see all these content creators and streamers. So I think that's a thing too to think about too, right? You have like all these streamers or content creators who are flying through, like let's say tormented bosses, because we play a lot, so we're going to have gear faster and get stronger quicker, and we're going to fly through them. But the people who don't play as much will see the content creators and think, oh, you're supposed to just beat these torment bosses in day 2 or whatever, so how come I'm not beating them in day 2? So there's that point of reference where it's just like, oh, this is supposed to be easy. And so if someone is struggling and they're not playing as much, obviously, then they feel bad. And it's like, oh, well, this guy didn't struggle and I'm playing the same build he's playing. Why am I struggling and this guy isn't struggling, or these guys aren't struggling? And so you get to a point where it's like, oh, this is not fair, or kind of like, I don't have it as many hours as content creators to be able to do said thing. It shouldn't be tuning around content creators, or like that kind of argument. And there is merit to that. There is a point to that, right? So I guess it's kind of hard. Like you make it too hard, you're gonna get way more of those comments. But at least the content creators or the people who play a lot have something to look forward to or work towards. If you make them too easy, then it's like the people who want to grind and continue to play throughout the season won't have anything to look forward to. But it's more casual friendly to be able to do the similar content, if that makes sense. So it's a tough balance. I tried your build, but I have a problem to make enemies vulnerable besides the first time you hit them. Do you have this? See that stat where it says up to a 31.59% chance to make enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds? Do you have that stat? That's probably what you're missing. And if you're missing that stat, if you don't have it, J-Quirks, then you have to run a curse touch. So like remove like aspect of elements or whatever. So remove the aspect of elements and run a curse touch where you're vulnerable until you can get this stat on the ring. Once you get the stat on the ring, you can remove a curse touch and go back to aspect of elements. Any rogue build for a rogue noob? I would say Heartseeker is probably the easiest to get into. Wants to get into, but Heartseeker is probably one of the easier ones to play. But I probably would start with like Barrage leveling, because Barrage leveling is actually pretty easy until you can farm the gear for Heartseeker and then play Heartseeker. Yeah, Jay Quirks, you're welcome. I'm at level 95 using Barrage build. I actually did piss up to 40. Didn't try harder, but I think I can do them since I one shot everything pretty easily. Do I switch now to a meta build like Heartseeker or continue with Barrage? That depends. Depends on what your goal is, like what you want to do. Like Barrage is still good for a bit. It just depends on what you want to do. But I mean, Heartseeker is definitely stronger than Barrage for sure. Rapid Fire is stronger than Barrage. Barrage is sort of like mid, I guess you could say. But it does everything you need to do content-wise. So like, unless you're trying to push like pit 130 plus or something like that, Barrage does everything else just fine. But I would save it though. Like, I mean, you would try different things, but save your Barrage gear. But I would try different things. Yeah, I wouldn't be concerned about playing meta unless you're really into pit pushing, which not a lot of people are. All right, but I do need to take off for a bit. Say, hey mate, I'm not getting to videos explaining a task speed cap with the frames per second thing with Heartseeker. Could I tell you what task speed bonuses you recommend for Heartseeker build with the bow, please? That kind of depends on your gear, man. Like if I tell you a recommended frame breakpoint, it just will all be about whether you have GA attack speed on certain slots. And so like I can't recommend you to just go trade for gear that you just don't have. That might cost you billions of gold to get for maybe 7% more damage or 14% more damage, depending on like the breakpoints you can go up. So like I don't think it's a clear whole, hey, get to the 13 frame breakpoint for bow or something like that, and you'll be a god. It doesn't really work that way because it takes a while to get that kind of gear. But anyways, the easiest way to look at attack speed, breakpoints and stuff right there, is what the bottom line is. You don't want to add attack speed on your gear that won't actually increase your attack speed. So there are breakpoints within frames in the game that certain percentages of attack speed will not actually like cause a character to shoot in a different frame, if that makes sense. So like breakpoints are important just to make sure that whatever attack speed you add actually makes you hit the next breakpoint. Because there are some breakpoints that, so there are some times where, let's say a good example of this would be this. I'll show you actually. This is a good example. So for my piece, so for the gear that I have right now, like the gear I have on right now, if I come down and I grab this node, sorry, let me actually go back to the game so you can see. So if I come down here on my gear on this Paragon board and I come and grab this, the 5% attack speed, the 1.3, 1.3, 1.3 here, if I grab this on my current set of gear, I would not reach the next breakpoint. So this will give me 0 damage because this is not enough attack speed for me to get to reach the next frame. So I wouldn't take it. Now, if I somehow, let's say I got GA attack speed here, like, where I got GA attack speed and I got like, 4 or 5% more here because I rolled GA in the attack speed roll, then then this will be enough to get me there, to get me to the next frame. But since I don't have GA there, I have no reason to go for this. So, but to give you a better explanation, each frame gives you about 7% more damage. Technically, it's about roughly around that area. So there are people who make a very, very big deal out of frame breakpoints, but the reality is, as long as you're hitting the next frame with whatever attack speed you put on your gear, then your attack speed is worth something. That's it. Bottom line. So reaching the next frame, or reaching very specific breakpoints, will require GA items, GA attack speed, without sacrifices. Okay. So like, for instance, if I did GA here on my attack speed here, GA here on my gloves for attack speed, and then I masterwork like twice on attack speed or whatever, I can probably hit another breakpoint, which is 7% more damage without me having to change a stat to do it. So it gets a little complicated in that sense, but this is for people who are min-maxing, who spent billions, almost trillions of gold on their gear. For those who haven't, it's really not that important. It's really not that big of a deal, as long as whatever attack speed you got on your gear put you to the next breakpoint for each roll that you got. Past that point, it's really not a make or break deal. That's like a ton of math to determine where. Yeah, I understand. I try to break it down and make it easier. For those who don't like spreadsheets and things, but the bottom line is, honestly, is whatever attack speed you do get, just make sure that it reaches the next breakpoint where you feel like when you attack and you feel the actual attack speed, shoot faster, then you hit the next breakpoint kind of thing. That's it. That's pretty much it. Past that point, if someone is saying you need to hit 13 frames in the bow, then they're saying you need GA, like greater affix, roll and whatnot for on certain pieces, and it needs to roll perfect. And most people aren't gonna have that kind of gear, man. Like, I don't even have that kind of gear. I've been playing a lot, so like it's really not. Posse, what's going on? Have I ever tried anti-flurry rogue? I have. It's good. You said pits are boring. You just do it for the mass. I like speed farming pits. I don't like pushing pits. What's the best rogue builds for season 4? A lot of them, actually. Rogue has 4 S tier builds right now: Heartseeker, Andario's Puncture, Pen Shot, and Rapid Fire. So you just kind of take your bit. Or take your pick. And Barrage and Twisting Blades are like right underneath those. So rogues have a lot of good builds. All right, but we're gonna take off and raid out. Let's see. Zach, good morning from France. What's going on, man? What's going on, sir? Stupendous is streaming right now, bro. I haven't seen them in forever. Let's go to King Kongder. Actually, no. Let's go to someone new. Brand new. But they gotta speak English though. Potato aim. Let's see. Oh, is this song? Florida Man. Party time. Yeah, we'll go here. Long hair, don't care. Lurkers were welcome. Warning: the stream may turn you into a goblin. Yeah, sure. Well, no, he's been on for a while. He's probably not gonna be on for much longer. We'll find someone new. We got. Ruthless Dan. Sure. Go here. Oh, U.S. Army infantryman veteran. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's where we're going. Perfect for the for Murica Day. All right. Well, I will see y'all tonight, tomorrow night, tonight. I guess it'll be tonight for everybody, right? Not sure what I'll do tonight because we did play Barrage and Rapid Fire and Heartseeker today. I think it might just be time to just jump on the Sorc. I just haven't played this weekend, so maybe that might be tomorrow. We'll see. We'll finish up the Sorc and play some Frozen Orb. So maybe we'll do that. And then Druid eventually. Just take care, man. Have a blast. Yeah, man. I appreciate y'all. And as always, until next time.